Honorable Malende Shamim, Honorable Mamawi James, Honorable Maneno Zumura.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Masaba Karim.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Masika Apollo. Honorable Masiko Henry.
Honorable Speaker, present.
Honorable Matovu Charles. Honorable Mawanda Michael Maranga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
That's Honorable Matovu. Okay. Honorable Mawanda Michael
That
Maranga.
is Matovu.
Honorable Mayanja Alan.
Madam Speaker, I'm available.
Honorable Mbabazi Jennifer Chomuhendo. Honorable Mbabazi Pascal.
Madam Speaker, I'm present and ready to vote.
Honorable Mbadi Mbasu Wilson. Honorable Mbayo Esther Mbula Kubuza.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Mboizi Arthur Wako. Honorable Mbwateka Gafa. Honorable Migade Robert Ndugwa. Honorable Modoi Isaac. Honorable Moriko Kaduchu.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Mpindi Bumali. Honorable Mpuga Mathias.
Present, right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mugabe Donozi Okahonda.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Mugabe Muzale Martin Chisule. Honorable Mugabe Susan. Honorable Mugara Martin Honorable Mugema Peter. Honorable Mugira James. Honorable Mugisa Margaret Muhanga. Honorable Mugole Mauku David Stephen. Honorable Mugumia Claire.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Muhesi Abaho Jennifer.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Muhindo Harold Tony.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Muhozi R. David. Honorable Muhumuza David. Honorable Muhwezi Jim Katugugu. Honorable Mukasa Aloysius Stalton Gold. Honorable Mukasa Opondo. Mukasa Julius Opondo. Honorable Mukahe Miriam.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Mulimba John.
Present.
Honorable Musa Noah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Musana Eric.
Musana Eric, present.
Honorable Musasizi Henry Ariganyira. Honorable Honorable Museveni William. Honorable Museveni William. Honorable Mushemeza Elijah Dickens.
Switch on your mic.
I'm present, right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Musheru Reshatsi Naeva Rekutesa.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Musila John.
Present, Madam Speaker. Rastafari.
Honorable Musinguzi Yona.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mutasingwa Diana Nankunda Kajenyi.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mutebi Noah Wanzala.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mutembuli Yusuf.
Present.
Honorable Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mutono Patrick Lodoi. Honorable Mutumba Abdul.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present in the House.
Honorable Mutuzo Peace Regis. Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi Muhammad.
Present.
Honorable Muuma Milton Kalulu.
Very present.
Honorable Mwesigwa Robert Rukari. Honorable Mwijute Francis.
Present.
Honorable Mwine Mpaka Ramirama. Honorable Nabagabe Flavia Kalule. Honorable Nabanja Robina.
Right Honorable Speaker, to confirm that the government is fully behind this, I'm present.
Honorable Nabukera Hanifa Hussein.
Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for the confirmation. Thank you.
Honorable Nabukera Hanifa Hussein.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Nabukenya Brenda.
Present.
Honorable Nafuna Muloni Irene Margaret. Honorable Naigaga Mariam.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Najuma Sarah.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nakabuye Juliet Kakande. Honorable Nakadama Rukia Isanga. Honorable Nakato Mary Annette. Honorable Nakaenze Koni Galiwango. Honorable Nakazibwe Hope Grania.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nachimuli Helen. Honorable Nakut Faith Loru.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable
Also,
Nakwang.
Right Honorable Speaker, the members from Karamoja asked me to inform you they are following on Zoom as they are in.
We will give members who are on Zoom time to vote.
No.
After the tally.
Honorable Nakwang Christine Tubo. Honorable Nalule Aisha Kavanda.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Naluima Betty Ethel. Honorable Namanya Neboth.
I'm present.
Honorable Nambeshe John Baptist. Honorable Namboze Teddy.
Right Honor.
Please switch on the phone. I mean on the mic.
I'm present.
Thank you.
Honorable Namuganza Passis Princess.
Present.
Honorable Namuga Goretti.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Namuju Sisi Dionysia.
Hey, present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Namukuta Brenda.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Namutawe Joan.
I'm present.
Honorable Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present and ready to vote against Visiaga.
Honorable Nandagire Christine Ndiwalana.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nandala Mafabi Nathan James. Nandala Mafabi Nathan James.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nandutu Agnes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Nangoli Gerald.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you.
Honorable Nantaba Aida Arios.
Present, Right Honorable.
Honorable Nantongo Fortunate Rose.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nanyondo Veronica Namaganda.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Natukunda Midias. Honorable Natumanya Flora.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Naeva Sylvia. Honorable Ndezi Alex. Honorable Ndiomujeni Roland.
I am present.
Honorable Nevanda Andiru Florence.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nekesa Victor.
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ngompek Linos.
I'm present. Babylon.
Honorable Ngoya John Bosco.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Ninkusima John Paul.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Ninsima Boaz Kasirabo. Honorable Nirinjimana James Ruji Kaveruka.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Niwagaba Wilfred. Honorable Nionsaba Alex. Honorable Nkunyinji Muada.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Nkwasibwe Zinkuratire Henry.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Nsamba Patrick Oshave. Honorable Nsanja Patrick Kayongo.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nsegumire Mohamed Kibedi. Honorable Sereko Muhammad. Honorable Nsivambi Yusuf.
Right Honorable Speaker, Patrick Nsamba, I'm present.
Oshave is there. Even Patience has come.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Who's that? Name.
Chinshawa Patience, Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Madam Speaker, Nachimuli Helen is present. Kalangala.
No, don't. They will call you again. Please. So can we be faster, clerk?
Honorable Nsubuga Paul. Honorable Nyakato Asinansi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Nyakato Dorothy.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nyachkongoro Rosemary. Honorable Nyamtoro Fiona.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nyangweso Dennis.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nyeko Derek.
Present.
Honorable Nyirabashit Sisara Mateke.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nyongore Enoch.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Obiga Kania Mario. Honorable Obiga Rose.
Obiga Kania is there.
Obiga Kania is there.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Biga Kanya is ready to vote against this obnoxious thing.
Honorable Biga Rose.
Honorable members, kindly don't go away.
Honorable.
Please. Yes.
Honorable Obigaros, Honorable Obong Vincent Shedrick,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Oboth Maxons Jacob,
Right Honorable, I'm present.
Honorable Obua Dennis Hampson,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Chan Patrick,
I am present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chen Patrick, or Chen Peter, sorry. Honorable Chen Peter,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Ochai Maximus,
I am present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chero Jim Bricky Norman, Honorable Doi Bernard Onen Mutusa,
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Doi Oyuelowo Fox,
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Odongo JJ Abubeka, Honorable Du Jonathan,
I am present.
Honorable Oguzuli Dennis, Honorable Ogwal Moses Goli,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Ogwang Peter,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Ogwari Polycarp,
Physically present.
Honorable Jara Martin Mapenduzi,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm right here.
Honorable Ojok Andrew Olanya, Honorable Okasai Sidronia Sopolot,
Present.
Honorable Kai Bob, Honorable Okelo Charles Patrick Ngola Machoduogo, Honorable Okelo Geoffrey Charles,
Honorable Speaker, present.
Honorable Okelo Nelson,
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Okeyo Peter,
Right Honorable Speaker, present.
Honorable Okia Joan Aniku,
Present.
Honorable Okin Pipi Ojara, Honorable Okiror Bosco, Honorable Okorimo Janet Grace Akech, Honorable Okot Boniface Henry,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Court John Amos,
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Court Moses Jr., Honorable Court Ogong Felix,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Court Peter, Honorable Court Santa,
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Okulu Abukajelon Anthony, Honorable Okumu Gabriel, Honorable Kupa Elijah,
Right Honorable Speaker, Elijah Cooper is present.
Honorable Kui Samuel,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lanya Gilbert, Honorable Oleru Huda Abason,
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, in 9th Parliament I was present for this bill, and today I'm also present for the bill.
Thank you.
Honorable Lobo James,
Madam Speaker, I'm present and ready.
Honorable Mara Paul, Honorable Omoding Emmanuel, Honorable Onek Hilary Obaloke, Honorable Onegalit Dennis Amere, Honorable Onen Charles,
Present.
Honorable Ongalo Clement Obore Kenneth, Honorable Ngierto Emmanuel Jor,
Madam Speaker, I'm present, Kabisa.
Honorable
Thank you.
Onzima Godfrey,
I'm present.
Honorable Pio Samuel Achuti, Honorable Polot Fred.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Polot Patrick Isiagi. Honorable Opolot Simon Peter Okwalinga.
Honorable Opio Samuel Achuti, present.
Honorable Orone Derrick.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
I'm present.
Honorable Oseku Richard Oriebo.
I'm present.
Honorable Soru Morin.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Otafire Kahinda. Honorable Otiam Emmanuel Otala.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Otim Giu Isaac Ismail.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Otukol Sam.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Paparu Lilian Obiale. Honorable Rugumayo Edson. Honorable Ruhunda Alex. Honorable Rutahigwa Elisa. Honorable Ruyonga Joseph.
Elisha is here.
Honorable Rutahigwa Elisa.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ruyonga Joseph. Honorable Waburindo Retasis Bishanga.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Wabusheija Margaret Namubiru.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wakojo Robin Agureme.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ramirama Bright Kanyontore. Honorable Remulicha Ivanda. Honorable Sazi Godfrey.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Sebamala Richard. Honorable
Sebamala is in.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sekavira Dennis. Honorable Sechindi Aisha. Honorable Sechanzi Bernard Kiria. Honorable Sendaula Christine Bukenya.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Silwani Solomon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Sasaga Isaiah Johnny. Honorable Sevikali Oeri. Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. Honorable Sejoba Isaac.
Sejoba.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Sechkubo Theodore. Honorable Sechtoleko Robert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm around.
Thank you.
Honorable Semuju Ibrahim.
Present.
Honorable Semwanga Javira.
Is on his own.
Honorable Sentai Muhammad. Honorable Senyoni Joel Vesekezi.
Present.
Honorable Serubula Stephen.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Serukenya David.
Right Honorable Speaker, Sabaga was well represented.
Honorable Sewanyana Alan Aloysius. Honorable Seungu Joseph Gonzaga.
Right now, Speaker Kalungu West is present.
Honorable Simbwa Fred. Honorable Subi Kinyamatama Juliet K. Honorable Taka Agnes. Honorable Taban Sharifa Ate. Honorable Taebo Habat Musasizi.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Honorable Tevandeke Charles. Honorable Teira John.
Switch on the microphone.
I'm present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu.
Tembo.
Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu. Honorable Tibasimwa Joram Ruranga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Timuziguka Mugisha Michael. Honorable Tinka Simire Barnabas.
Michael Kamugisha present.
Honorable Tinka Simire Barnabas present.
Honorable Tumwebaze Franka Gigi. Honorable Tumwesije Josephat.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Tumwine Anne Mary.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Tusime Julius. Honorable Twala Fadil. Honorable Twala Fadil. Honorable Twesije John Tamuhira. Honorable Twesije Nathan Itungo.
Madam Speaker, Twesije John Ntamuhira present.
Honorable Twesije Nathan Itungo. Honorable Tunobusinje Jovanis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Tunomujuni Francis Kazini.
Madam Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Wako Joy Peggy.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Wakabi Pius. Honorable Wakaima Musoke Hannington Sereko.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wachikona David Wanendea.
Switch on, David.
Right Honorable Wakikona completely present.
Thank you.
Honorable Wakoli Godfrey.
Right Honorable, I am present and my people are also present.
Honorable Waliomu Mwanika Moses.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you.
Honorable Wamakuyu Ignatius Mudimi. Honorable Wamala Edward Katumba.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Wamala Nambozo Florence.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Wambede Seth Kizangi Masa.
Right Honorable Speaker, Wambede is present.
Thank you.
Honorable Wanda Richard.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Honorable Wanduasi Robert. Honorable Wanyama Michael Odwori.
I am present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Were Godfrey Odero.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Enrique Peter Christopher.
Present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wahorat Simon Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Honorable Zake Francis. Honorable Zawede Victorious. Honorable Zijan David Livingstone.
Zijan.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am President.
You're present or president? Correct the record.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
There are members who have just come. If you've just come, just Obiga Ross is there. Members who have just come in, please mention your name in the microphone.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My apologies. I was delegated to handle work
Mention
of the
the
committee.
name.
My name, you can shout, but I have to give the apology. My name is Christine Apollo Tumanempi Kumi and present for the event. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, Opolo Tisiagi Patrick from Kachumbala County, Bukeda District, very present.
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, I'm Beatrice Sakelo Akori, Woman MP Agago.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Jovan Adrico is present.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Aiko Patrick, Soroti County, I am present.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a woman Linda Agnes, woman member of Parliament Lira District. I'm present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Rose Obiga, woman MP Terego, present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Cosmas Elotu, present.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, my name is Moses Kabusu. I'm present.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Itungo Nathan, present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Nachimuli Helen Kalangala, present.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Jane Winomsha, Woman MP, Uganda District, and I'm present.
Thank you. Switch on. Switch on.
Apollo Yeriofono, present.
Right Honorable Speaker, Muyingo John Chrysostom, present.
Thank you. Can we have the Zoom guy, the Zoom MPs?
These are the members on Zoom. Honorable Agnes Tucker, Honorable Nambeshe John Baptist.
Pardon? Check the list is there.
Honorable Tucker Agnes, Honorable Nambeshe John Baptist, Honorable Andrew Jok Olanya, Honorable Ben Batom, Honorable Joan Achom Alobo, Honorable Betty Ethel Naluima, Honorable Bumali Mpindi, Honorable Charles Bakabulindi, Honorable Chemaswet Kisos, Honorable Christine Tubo Nakwang, Honorable David Kamanda, Honorable Francis Adome Lorica, Honorable Ariko Habat, Honorable Habat Chinobere, Honorable Irene Nafuna Muloni, Honorable James Michael Akena, Honorable Julius Mukasa Opondo, Honorable Julius Tusime Karuhanga, Honorable Karubanga David, Honorable Komol Joseph Midi, Honorable Margaret Achila, Honorable Midias Natukunda, Honorable Mili Babalanda, Honorable Mwine Mpaka, Honorable Nathan Igeme Naveta, Honorable Nicholas Kamara, Honorable Oguzu Lee Dennis, Honorable Remigio Achia, Honorable Semwanga Javira, Honorable Subi Kinyamatama Juliet, Honorable Wilfred Niwagava, Honorable Auma Helen, Honorable Patrick Lodoy, Honorable Achora Nancy, and Honorable Patience Nkunda. Those are the members on Zoom.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable.
Honorable Mukasa Muruli Wilson, I'm also present.
For you, you're an ex-official. Even you, madam, please. No.
I'm also present, Madam Speaker.
It's okay.
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Rachel Magola, present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Batua Timothy Lusala, representing the people of Jinja West.
Thank you.
I rise on a procedure matter.
No, let me first roll call.
Hey.
Donald.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm
Davis.
Kamkama Davis, Unyangabu constituency. I'm present.
Honorable members, we have 529. Yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Gilbert Olanya from Kilak South. I am present.
Honorable members, we have 529 members of voting members of parliament, and the quorum for 529 is a third of the house, and we are supposed to have 176 members, but from our tally we have 377. I am now opening the debate.
Madam,
and I will start
procedure.
the debate with those who are against.
Procedure.
I am starting the debate. Yes. Omoding is not in the list.
Omoding
Update your
Emmanuel.
list.
I'm present.
Omoding, mention your name and.
Omoding Emmanuel.
Yes,
I'm
Right
present,
Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
My name is Makasa Aloysius, and I'm present.
Thank you. Omoding.
Omoding Emmanuel Serere. I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we now have 383.
Madam Speaker, I'm present. I've just arrived. I'm Judith Pisa Chan. the woman member of parliament, Nwaya district.
Thank you.
I flew from Nwaya to come and vote.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable members, we have 384 members of parliament. We are going to limit the debate. Let's first start with the minority. Those who are against the bill. Can we hear from you? In the those who are against the bill? No, Fox finished. Fox finished. Honorable members, since Fox, according to our rules, Fox cannot debate his own report. Now, can we go to those? Can we look at the minority report? And these reports are informative. They are not the ones to adopt the bill. They are informative. They are giving us information. Can we now have people, can we now have members who are saying we don't want homosexuality? I want to hear from Honorable members, and honorable members, we need to agree on one thing. Let's not prolong the debate because we need to vote for the bill. That is what is important.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With respect from my elder. Madam Speaker, with all due respect. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I've rose on the point of procedure that would proceed very well since we have a very capable doctor here at Parliament to go and examine Honorable Fox Odoi whether he is by homosexuality, so that we discuss knowing the gender of Honorable Fox Odoi. Because you cannot write a minority report and you have nobody to support you. Therefore, Madam Speaker,
honorable members,
I don't know whether we are proceeding well without we knowing the gender of Honorable Fox Odoi, because he said that the police sometimes arrests people because of appearance. Honorable Fox Odoi might be having beards, but he's a woman or he's a bisexual.
Honorable members.
Therefore, we need him to be really examined to know.
Honorable members. Honorable members. I have never got any report about Honorable Fox Odoi's honorable members, let's move with the bill. Let's debate. You know, Fox Odoi has his own right, in his own, and I'm aware he's a polygamist. Honorable let's listen, members. Let's listen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. This bill,
honorable members, listen and understand the bill.
This bill restores hope in Uganda. This bill is a wake-up call that the penal code that we've had for the last 100 years is obsolete. This bill, in effect, has been recognized by the minority report when the mover of the minority report, my uncle, for the record, I risk to be cast, but now that I have had enough number of children, it may not cast me not to have children. But he recognized that section 145 of the penal code has, well,
yes,
section 145 of the penal code.
Yes, Samuju.
Madam Speaker, this bill is a moral issue. The suspects of Mabati
Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju, please sit. Honorable members, as legislators, let's mean business when we are doing something. The issue of Mabati will also come. Let's first clear this issue. Eh? You cannot equate homosexuality with Mabati.
Thank you. I know
Honorable
that,
members.
I know that Honorable Semujo is missing me, and he wanted me to say something about Mabati, but as you've rightly guided, that that will also come and have its own way. Let me talk about what will affect my children and my great-grandchildren. Mabati can be here today, and tomorrow the storm will break it down. But the issue of morality that your honorable members will all know is a matter that guides our society. The penal code that we have came in 1923, so it's about 100 years old. So, as a student, a former student, and now a scholar nearly on matters of jurisprudence, on sociological theory of law, that law grows with society. I can tell you that what was not then, it can now be. And what is not now, it will one time be. So, honorable members, we need to guide ourselves on this without sentiments, without emotions, and look at the penal code as it is. Is it clearly protecting the values that our forefathers put in 1923? If the answer is the negative, laws can be amended. In fact, the minority report is silent on whether this law is not necessary per se. They are only saying that it already exists. But when a law exists and it's not effective, the minority also gave the statistics of number of cases, and you see that the number were there very minimum. This is a good case from the minority report to make a legislation that will work for all. And I believe that this bill is in the right direction without any other consideration. If we are looking into the future, we should be able to support this bill. And I stand here to support the bill with the view that laws are made for us. The ones that the minority is looking for, they should give Uganda another 100 years. Maybe it will be acceptable. And I'm using the word maybe. And I'm using the word maybe because I know what I'm saying. Because the law grows with society. If by that time the majority will say this is what they want, it should go. But now, what we are saying is that let's go with what will guide our society and regulate our conduct. What is in the penal code is not sufficient. That is why there is a need for us to have this legislation.
Thank you.
And I don't only stand here as a minister, I stand here as a member of parliament from West Budama Central, who has 4 lovely sons and 2 beautiful daughters.
Oduru. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm debating in favor of this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I would like to point out a few areas that have been raised. First, we have to look at our constitution.
Don't go, we are going to vote. Yes.
Madam Speaker, our constitution is very clear, because one of the arguments that have been proposed here is that this process is unconstitutional. If you read the constitution entirely and you read our national objectives and direct state policy, it is very clear: under 19, protection of the family; under 24, cultural objectives. And it says we should promote and preserve those cultural values and practices which enhance the dignity and well-being of Ugandans. So the argument being brought here that this process is unconstitutional cannot hold, because the Constitution itself, as pointed by the report of the committee under Article 31, 1 and 2, the general principle has been outlined: a man and a woman. So if you interpret it widely, it means that it excludes any other form of marriage that comes. Secondly, Madam Speaker, our customs, and we have to understand that as legislators, our customs, our spirituality, and our traditions informs how we legislate. When a Western custom comes to this country and it is conflicting with ours, ours is superior. So the African culture, the Ugandan culture, is superior to any other customs that comes from out. So when we are legislating, I want us to legislate with that in mind, that we are here to promote our own culture. We have gone to some other countries. We also respect what they do there, but they cannot come here. And on the issue of the penal code, it has been addressed, Madam Speaker, very well. When we were faced with the crime of anti-money laundering, we came and enacted the anti-money laundering law. When we were faced with the issue of corruption, and it has been enumerated, we did that. I want us to understand that the penal code provides for those penalties in the context of people who are already in marriage. That's why the unnatural offenses came in the context of a man and a woman who are already within the family settings, should they try anything else. What we are dealing with right now is different. It's not a crime, not an offense under the people who are married. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage members of parliament. We have legislated against thieves. We have legislated against murderers. We have legislated against all sorts of people. We should not fear, because this is our country and we have to protect our territorial integrity. Lastly, on the question of human rights that I want to answer, there are principles that guide human rights. One of them is that is universal. So if you are arguing that homosexuality is universal, why are you getting objections from Ugandans? Anything which is universal, like the right to eat, nobody will complain.
Honorable Fox, I hope you're listening.
Nobody will complain on rights that are truly universal, and these rights applies to everybody else. When you raise an issue of a human right and it is contested, it means it's not universal. It says one of the principles is about naturality of the right. What they are doing is unnatural. So you cannot even fit within the principle already decided at international level. The other one is about the inalienability. The inalienability means you are, God granted you and it cannot be taken away. Now when you look at this, there is a word they use, sexual orientation. If you orient somebody, it ceases to be natural. If you orient somebody, it ceases to be natural. So this is the language that they use. And Madam Speaker, lastly, the non-discrimination principle. The non-discrimination principle that has been floated. Non-discrimination regards how you treat a human being when there is a violation. It does not prohibit their action. If you behave and you act against the law, and the law is what we are going to put here, then that cannot be a human right. So I stand to debate, and I invite members that let us support this. We are going to protect ourselves, our children, and generations to come. I beg to.
Thank you, Honorable Bahati. The original mover of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members of the 11th Parliament, for moving this motion and supporting the bill. And I'm sure that the people of Uganda must be proud of you today. And even our Creator God is happy of what is happening in this time. Madam Speaker, if anybody had any doubt how deep this problem is in our country, the presence of Honorable Fox Odoi is a confirmation that this problem is huge. That you can have a member of parliament stand on the floor of Parliament of Uganda to say that it's okay for a man to marry a man, that is fine for our boys to marry boys. That's a confirmation that this problem is huge, and therefore we must resolve it. Madam Speaker, the minority report, which has been now put on our books of Parliament, says that the Penal Code Act 145 section is sufficient. The minority is wrong. It's not sufficient. There is nowhere you find that in the Penal Code we are prohibiting promotion of homosexuality. We are not promoting in the Penal Code the recruitment of our children. We are not stopping same-sex in the Penal Code Act. And at the same time, it talks about the order of nature. 100 years ago, it was the order of nature for a man to marry a woman. Today we have people in the world who say that it's their nature for a man to marry a man. And it's that nature that we are now legislating about. So it is not right that the Penal Code Act is sufficient for our laws, and therefore that argument as honorable as man who has now become the Joshua. In 2009, when I moved this bill, we struggled with it for 5 years. We brought on this floor of the House. Even the chairperson of the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs disappeared that day. I'm very grateful that Robina is here to read the bill. After the bill, they went to court. And it was because Honorable Speaker, we were under a lot of pressure, and on that day I remember we agreed with the Speaker to have a strategy of not put the bill on the order paper because of the pressure to call it during the debate. And that's the reason why we could not raise quorum. They defeated us that time in court. This time, you are not going to defeat us. We are defeating you in the House, we shall defeat you in court, and we shall defeat you in heaven. I support the bill to protect the future of our children. Honorable colleagues, this is about the sovereignty of our nation. Nobody should blackmail us. Nobody should intimidate us. And I'm glad that we are solidly in this front line today to defend our country. I support the bill with all my name.
Thank you. Honorable members, when you read Joshua 1:9, it says, be courageous. The good Lord will always be with you. Abe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, today the Parliament of Uganda will go on record for having saved the image of this country, for having saved the heritage, the ethical values and the moral values of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a pain when you watch videos of how our children are being molested in schools today. Right Honorable Speaker, there are people in this country today who are being given money to advocate for this. Right Honorable Speaker, as members of this august house, we would like to stand firm and say that we will not allow this vice to penetrate our community. Right Honorable Speaker, the parliament that we are in today is a parliament which is a people-centered parliament. It's a parliament that has stood firm to protect our ethical values, our cultures, our morals, and we will do just that. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to implore you that hook or crook, no one should fear, because if other talks in the corridors and people who blackmail this country talk about funding being withdrawn, talk about ABCD, Uganda is standing on a motion. Uganda is standing on a slogan of a God-fearing country. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand firm to support this motion and I will vote yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chwero Anywa. Awan, I'm coming. Reduce 2 minutes so that a number of people speak.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the bill. Honorable colleagues, homosexuality is a threat to the human survival, to the human race. And what we are discussing is the preservation of the human race. There are consequences, but the consequences which are negative will be temporal. Some people think because we are poor, we can be held at ransom. Some people who are very vulnerable have surrendered. The minority report, as you heard, belongs to people who have surrendered the future of the children, surrendered the country, and surrendered everything. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Master Speaker, I can tell you for sure, I have gone to some hospitals and I have seen children with ripped anuses. Children with ripped anuses. I have talked to the doctors and asked the doctors what happened. These children were molested by homosexuals. And for anybody who is reasonable to stand here and say that this thing is okay, it's a human right to destroy people's anuses, that person is evil, hell belongs to that person. That person is evil, hell belongs to that person, and I can tell you, we will win this race. We will win the race. Those who believe in it in their countries, have it there. In our country, we will have our morals. We will protect our children. And we are making this law. We are making this law for ourselves. We are making this law for our children. We are making this law for the children of our children. This country will stand firm. And once it passed, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are going to reinforce the law enforcement officers to make sure that homosexuals have no space in Uganda. You will have no space in Uganda. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Father Nen. Father Nen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, when I look at you and the honorable ladies in this house, there is no reason for a man to run after a man for sex. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honor.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker. There is nothing so sweet and so good for a man more than a woman. And for that reason, There should be no reason for a man to run after a man. Right Honorable Speaker, I implore
Honorable members, can you give further time to speak?
Thank you. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The essence of humanity is preservation of life. And this can only be guaranteed through the procreation. Homosexuality has no essence. It is just a mere romantic and sexual attraction towards a person of the same sex. Right Honorable Speaker, it should be put on record that Honorable Fox Odoi does not have his children here in this country. All his family are in UK, and that's why he's supporting this bill. That's why he's against this bill. And I want to conclude by saying, in the book of Genesis, during the floods, during the Noah's time, it is recorded that all the creatures went into the ark, into the Noah's ark, in pairs. And there was no record that homosexuals also entered into the ark of Noah. And for that reason, I implore that honorable colleagues, we vote yes, we protect our integrity, we protect our sovereignty as a nation, we protect our family values, we protect our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to guide you. When you're debating, don't attack the personality of a fox. Let's look at Tinker. I am coming. You're all going to speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for your guidance that this bill is not about...
Honorable members, please. There is one house.
This bill is not about Honorable Fox Odoi. Honorable Fox Odoi is only attempting to be consistent with what he stood for in the Constitutional Court. I will persuade him as a father and a husband of two beautiful ladies to abandon what he stood for by then and know that the position of Ugandans has changed. And it is that all Ugandans are against homosexuality. Right Honorable Speaker, the major argument that persuaded the Constitutional Court to nullify the work that we had done by then was the issue of quorum. This has been cured. I am sure and certain that all the arguments of the for homosexuality, they will fall flat even when they go to court. Right Honorable Speaker, they based themselves on Article 27, right to privacy. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit that Article 44 of the Constitution, that right is derogable. You cannot have that argument on issues that are seriously affecting and torturing our children. You had the submission of the Honorable Minister from Soroti, the former Arrow boy. Homosexuality, where they are practicing it in schools, is actually torturing, rapturing. Rapture is an act of torture. It is against the constitution of this land. Right Honorable Speaker, they will submit that they are arguing under the protection of minority groups. They will argue that they want affirmative action. Right Honorable Speaker, Professor Mbiti, in his book, African Traditions and Institutions, he says we should only and only promote African traditions that add value to our culture. In this matter, that is so foreign, I don't find anything that we are promoting in abiding, in being persuaded by our honorable colleague.
Thank you.
I want to submit and hold the view that I will support and vote for this bill.
Thank you, Nakasongola. Members, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter whereby all Christians in Uganda and Muslims and all God believers, all believers in this country, we have to take serious interest in it. Madam Speaker, I want to draw attention to this Parliament that we go to the book, the Bible, and we go to the book of Leviticus, chapter 20, verse 13, and allow me to read. Madam Speaker, it says, if a man practices homosexuality, having sex with another man...
Honorable members, please don't go. We have a very important vote to cast.
Madam Speaker, allow me to read again. If a man practices homosexuality, having sex with another man, as with a woman, both men have committed a detestable act. They must both be put to death for the guilt of a capital offense. That's the Bible quoting. Madam Speaker, I want to quote again. If you go to the book of Jude, chapter 7, it talks about the immorality of Sodom and Gomorrah. When those cities were practicing homosexuality, God took a decision to destroy all those cities. Madam Speaker, the punishment which God put there was death. Not even 10 years, not even life imprisonment. It's only death. This Parliament should take a decision that those people who will be caught practicing homosexuality be killed. I am the Vice Chairperson of the Seventh-day Adventist Parliamentary Association, and I am standing on behalf of the SDA Church in this Parliament. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Anyakun. Asamo Ogwang.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the bill, and I'm here to stand with the members of Parliament of the 11th Parliament who are making a statement for generations. Members, the colleague who has just spoken talked about the verse in Leviticus chapter 20. It says someone has to be killed. Right Honorable Speaker, where I come from, when you speak about this kind of immorality, when you speak about this kind of immorality, you'll just be stoned to death.
Honorable, just a minute, there's a motion here, Honorable Esther. What is the motion about?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, looking at the mood in the House, and Madam Speaker, looking at the debate and the importance of this bill, Madam Speaker, I move that is the time that we go to the committee stage, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, there is a motion. And I am asking, is the motion seconded? Can you make a justification for your motion? Make a justification for your motion.
Thank you.
Honorable members, listen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you look at this bill, right from the committee, the majority of the committee members supported this bill. And so far, only 2 members from the committee had divergent views, Madam Speaker. And even before the floor of Parliament, where the members are debating, Madam Speaker, most of the members are in support. Madam Speaker, also, these vices are on the increase. And Madam Speaker is targeting our children. And not only that, Madam Speaker, above all, our culture. Above all, Madam Speaker, the majority of Ugandans out there, they want this bill to be passed. So, Madam Speaker, the motion that I've moved is that we move to the committee stage so that we handle the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the motion is that we go to committee stage. And I want to see those who are in favor. The whole house is in favor. I now put a question. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Anti-Homosexual Bill 2023 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage.
Madam Speaker.
Clause 1.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable members, can I have order in the House? Clause 1.
Clause 1.
Can we stand over clause 1 because it's interpretation, then we come back to it. Yes.
Madam Chair, what you have raised, because clause 1 is about interpretation.
Yes.
And it is always the last because as we go in front, we could get another word which we want to interpret.
Clause 2.
Chair.
With clause 2.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, the offense of homosexuality. For clause 2, there is substituted the following. 2, offense of homosexuality. 1, a person commits the offense of homosexuality if the person performs a sexual act on another person of the same gender or allows a person of the same gender to perform a sexual act on him or her. 2, a person who commits the offense of homosexuality is liable on conviction to imprisonment for life. 3, a person who attempts to perform a sexual act in circumstances referred to in subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment.
Honorable members, listen.
To imprisonment for a period not exceeding 7 years. Four, notwithstanding subsection 2, a person charged with an offense under this section may, in mitigation of sentence, submit evidence from a medical practitioner appointed by the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, proving that the accused person was
Switch on the mic.
Let me repeat 4. Notwithstanding subsection 2, a person charged with an offense under this section may, in mitigation of sentence, submit evidence from a medical practitioner appointed by the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, proving that the accused person was, at the time of the commission of the offense, suffering genetic abnormalities which may have contributed to the acts that constitute the offense of homosexuality. 5. For purposes of subsection 3, a person shall be deemed to attempt to commit an offense when the person, intending to commit an offense, begins to put his or her intention into execution by means adapted to its fulfillment and manifests his or her intention by some overt act, but does not fulfill his or her intention to such an extent as to commit the offense. Justification: to remove a conflict between the definition of the words homosexuality and sexual act in clause 1 and the prescription of the offense of homosexuality in clause 2 of the bill, since they each prescribed different elements, making the offense of homosexuality vague, thereby contravening the principle of legality prescribed in Article 28(12) of the Constitution. To limit the offense of homosexuality to the penetration, however slight, of a person's anus by another person's sexual organ, of a person's anus, sexual organ, or mouth by a sexual organ of another person of the same gender, or of a person's anus, sexual organ, or mouth by an object or sex contraption by a person of the same gender. As guided by court in the case of Kasha Jacqueline, David Katoch Sule, and Onzeima.
Honorable members, please listen to the chair.
And Onzeima Patience versus Rolling Stone Limited and Gilles Mohammed, High Court Miscellaneous Cause number 163 of 2010, to limit the offense of homosexuality to the actual performance of a sexual act between persons, as required in Section 37 of the Interpretation Act, to prescribe the maximum penalty that can be imposed by court in order to recognize and maintain court discretion in sentencing, to expand the provision to include an attempt to commit the offense of homosexuality, to move provisions relating to sexual orientation to clause 14 on promotion of the offense of homosexuality, to increase the penalty for the offense in the case of homosexuality from 10 years as proposed in the bill to 20 years, and for the attempts from 2 years to 7 years in tandem with sentences imposed for similar sexual offenses. The proposal to allow a person charged with an offense under the section to mitigate the sentence by adducing evidence of genetic disorders is to recognize evidence from Uganda Medical Association, which explained that a small number of people may have homosexual tendencies because of abnormalities in their genes or biological disorders, to delete provisions that criminalize a person who has not committed an offense of homosexuality.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the Chair, but Madam, I want the chairperson to assist me to understand. Why did you remove the people of the same sex and brought gender? Because the moment you bring gender, a man will come and say, I'm transgender and whatever. So to avoid this, it should be of the same what? Sex. And the second one, so Madam Chair.
Chair, are you hearing what?
Yes. Madam Chair, the second item, offenses. Yes, first of all, we're moving in line with Section 145 of the Penal Code, where anybody who acts unnaturally must have life what? Imprisonment. Madam, life, okay, whatever. Madam Chair, the moment we allow a space in that law, people will practice it. One, You are saying if you are about to attempt, how do you measure about to attempt? If you are saying you are caught, you are about to practice it, how do you know it? Anybody got with a stolen item is a thief. Anybody who aids somebody to steal is a thief. And the charges of a thief will also apply to the one who aids or who is aiding. So, Madam Chair, I want to implore the chair to agree that the penalties should be the same. For those who are trying to procure, for those who are about to practice, so that they all go for life imprisonment. This will deter this act we are fighting.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I hear from Attorney General?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You could answer together. It's similar. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need to be guided, Right Honorable Speaker, because the penalties, because when we read the penal code, if we are to quote 145, what Honorable Fox was talking about, the penalty is death. But also when we refer to the Bible, Leviticus 20:13, what my colleague there quoted, the Bible talks about death. So how do we now degrade the sentence? Yet in the penal code it talks about death, the Bible is talking about death, but we are now degrading it to years or to life imprisonment. I need to be helped. How do we harmonize?
Yes, there is an amendment on the sex instead of gender. That one, take note. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, listen.
In response to Honorable Nadala Mafabi, the punishment for an attempt cannot be the same as the punishment for the act itself. That's why the proviso is that the attempt is 7 years and the act is life. That's how it is even in the penal code, where they provide for unnatural offenses.
Is obsolete. We are saying the penal code is obsolete. No.
Madam Chair, in criminal law, even if we are saying that the penal code needs to be beefed up, an attempt is very different from the actual act.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, in criminal law generally, an attempt is very different from the actual act, because I'm a lawyer who worked in Attorney Generals for 25.5 years, so I know what I'm talking about. Now, no, I'm not quarreling. No, an attempt is very different. Just look at it practically. Somebody, even if it's, say, rape, somebody comes into the room and tries to get hold of you and you fight him. So he hasn't penetrated you. Now, for someone who actually ends up chewing you, sorry.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The person who does the attempt is also a danger to society. And if we are saying we want a deterrent measure, we should give a sanction that is prohibitive. 7 years, I will go for 7 years and come out. Honorable Asumani. Can we hear from Asuman?
Right Honorable Chair, I am in agreement. I'm in agreement with the proposal by the committee, and especially the justification of consistency and clarity. And the need to address the principle of legality which was disturbing my brother, the homosexualist. Chair, let me clarify this. In the committee, we learned two terms. There's a difference between a homosexual and a homosexualist. Honorable Fox is a homosexualist. A homosexualist is the one who protects, promotes, defends. And we agreed that he is not offended to call him a homosexualist. So his concern was the principle of legality. And when you look at the proposal by the committee, it addresses that principle, and indeed,
Right Honourable Chair, you have always advised us to speak with evidence. The Honourable Asumani Basalirwa has described the Honourable Fox Odoi as a homosexualist and not a homosexual. Does he have evidence that he's not? Is he in order, therefore?
Information.
No, by promoting, facts speak for them. Honorable Segona, facts speak for themselves. Yes, can you proceed? By the way, we have so many clauses, we have to move.
So, Chair, I want to invite the August House to be persuaded by the amendments proposed by the committee, because they are consistent and they clarify matters of the law in relation to sexual offenses. And it is not true, Chair, that the penal code proposes death. No, the penal code proposes life imprisonment. Yes. And we want to be consistent. However,
what about the aspect of sex vis-a-vis gender?
Yes, the aspect of sex vis-a-vis gender. Chair, we have not looked at clause 1, but clause 1 has interpreted...
Sex means gender.
Clause 1 has interpreted what gender means. Maybe when we get there, the concerns of the members will be addressed. But in terms of, in fact, gender, as explained by the committee, is broader than even the sex we are talking about. So the committee, maybe the chair, because you guided that we first move away from the interpretation clause. If we went there, people would be able to understand the definition of gender. It carries the concerns. It is not the dictionary definition of gender that people understand.
Honorable Katuntu.
Information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chairperson. Colleagues, I would like to implore upon you to listen to the committee. We tried as much as possible not to offend provisions of the Constitution. As much as possible. Because the enemies of this bill, we know where they are going after here. And that has nothing to do with the Honorable Fox. But the enemies of the bill, the promoters of homosexuality, we know their path. And their path is a court of law. So, we did our best, Madam Chairperson.
Order.
Honorable members, you have heard what the committee has said. The private member is in agreement with the committee. And in
Madam Chair.
Madam
Chair, on the issue of sex.
Nothing, please. Colleagues, and please listen. We must, as much as possible, trade within the Constitution, within the law. We have, as you'll see later, We have defined sex, we have defined gender, we have defined sexual orientation, such that there is no gray area at all. And our decision, our opinion was formed by the recent case in Kenya. For those of you who have had time to read it. So, if you have not read the definitions, and it's quite unfortunate, but maybe the chairperson, when you're explaining, we have not reached there, you need to explain to the colleagues that we have already defined all of them. When you go to attempts, including murder, chairperson, in the penal code, there is the case of attempted murder. If you have an attempt, if you're attempting to commit a crime, you can't be criminal at the same level with somebody who has gone ahead and actually committed the crime. So the sentence should differ. What we should be debating, for us we suggested 7 years. For those attempting. If you think we need to raise it, that is okay, we can debate that. But for us, we proposed 7 years.
Madam Chair, before we move to Madam Chair,
Honorable Bariomusi.
Madam Chair, before we move to
Honorable Bariomusi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was raising on another issue, not the sentence, because from what the chair reported, the committee, I think, interfaced with the medical doctors. And the doctors seems to have given a position that there is genetic predisposition, but we are also doctors. Some of us do not agree, and we have looked at the body of evidence. So I want to know from the committee the position which was given, because, Madam Chair, last time...
Are you on the amendment of
yes,
clause
because
1? I mean clause 2. Are you on amendment? We are now talking about the years.
Okay, because it runs through what the chair raised. But we can dispose of the issue of the sentence, then you give me chance to raise my point, because it runs through the process.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would want to propose an amendment from 7 to 10. Those who attempt from 7 to 10.
Attorney General.
Ten years is okay.
Thank you. The amendment of 10 years for attempted. I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the committee and amended by the Attorney General with the 10 years on attempted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Right Honorable. Hello. Right on.
Clause 3, aggravated homosexuality. For clause 3, there is...
Right Honorable.
There is substituted the following.
Honorable members, listen to the chair.
Clause 3, aggravated homosexuality. For clause 3, there is substituted the following. 3, aggravated homosexuality. 1, a person who commits the offense of homosexuality in any of the circumstances specified in subsection 2 commits the offense of aggravated homosexuality and is liable on conviction to suffer death. 2, the circumstances referred to in subsection 1 are where A, the person against whom the offense is committed is a child. B, the offender is a parent, guardian, or relative of the person against whom the offense is committed. C, the person against whom the offense is committed contracts a terminal illness as a result of the sexual act. D, the offender is a serial offender. E, the offender is a person in authority over the person against whom the offense is committed. F, the person against whom the offense is committed is a person with disability or suffers a disability as a result of the sexual act. G, the person against whom the offense is committed is a person with mental illness or suffers a mental illness as a result of the sexual act. H, the person against whom the offense is committed is of advanced age. I, the offense was committed against a person by means of threats, force, fear of bodily harm, duress, undue influence, through misrepresentation as to the nature of the act, or intimidation of any kind. J, the person against whom the offense is committed was, at the time the offense was committed, unconscious or in an altered state of consciousness due to the influence of medicine, drugs, alcohol, or any other substance that impaired his or her judgment. 3, a person who attempts to perform a sexual act in circumstances referred to in subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 14 years. 4, a person charged with an offense under this section may, in mitigation of sentence, submit evidence from a medical practitioner appointed by the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, proving that the accused person was, at the time of the commission of the offense, suffering genetic abnormalities which might have contributed to the acts that constitute the offense of homosexuality. 5, for purposes of subsection 4, a person shall be deemed to attempt to commit an offense when the person intending to commit an offense begins to put his or her intention into execution by means adapted to its fulfillment and manifests his or her intention by some overt act, but does not fulfill his or her intention to such an extent as to commit the offense. Justification: to harmonize the punishment for aggravated homosexuality with the punishment prescribed for similar offenses under the Penal Code. To harmonize the penalty prescribed in this clause with Section 129 of the Penal Code Act relating to defilement. To harmonize the punishment for the offense of homosexuality and aggravated homosexuality. To expand the provision to include other matters that aggravate the offense of homosexuality. To expand the provision to include other categories of infection and incurable diseases that might arise from the sexual act. The proposal to allow a person charged with an offense under the section to mitigate the sentence by adducing evidence of genetic disorders is to recognize evidence from Uganda Medical Association, which explained that a small number of people may have homosexual tendencies because of abnormalities in their genes or biological disorders.
Thank you, Asman. Asman.
Chair, I have no objection to the proposal by the committee.
Attorney General.
I have no objection. I concede.
I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay.
Information.
The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4. Clause 4.
Clause 4.
This bill
Attempt to commit homosexuality. Delete clause 4. Justification: the provisions of clause 4 have been inserted in clauses 2 and 3 of the bill.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I will request that we recommit parts of clause 3, because I disagree with 4. The one that says someone can plead that this is genetic abnormalities. Even thieves will say this is genetic problems. So my request is that after the bill we commit this.
But I thought you're a member of the committee. What happened in the committee?
Madam Chair, at a committee stage I am not stopped from making a proposal. I am only stopped from debating during the second.
We will recommit it. Let's go ahead. 4. Clause 4.
Clause 4, attempt to commit homosexuality. Delete clause 4. Justification. The provisions of clause 4 have been inserted in clauses 2 and 3 of the bill.
Yes, Your Court. Let me first hear from Asuman. Clause 4.
Chair, no objection.
Clause 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think we should not delete clause number 4, because clause number 4 is talking about even the intention. Because if you have an intention to commit something which is not right.
Intention has been covered in clause 2 and 3. It has been covered.
If it has been covered up there, then we
Attorney General. Attorney
follow it.
General. Attorney General.
I concede to the proposal.
I put a question that clause 4 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Insertion of new clause immediately after 4. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 4 the following new clause. Punishment for child homosexuality. A child who is convicted of an offense under section 2 or 3 of this act shall, instead of the punishments prescribed under the relevant section, be liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 3 years. Justification: to limit the punishment that can be imposed on a child homosexual to 3 years as required in section 94(1)(g) of the Children Act, Cap 120.
Honorable members, we are talking about a child, not an adult. And we have the Children's Act. Asumani?
No, Chair.
By the way, a child
Yes.
does not go to Luzira. They go to remand homes.
Yes, Chair, maybe just to give more clarification, it is the reason why we needed this bill as a one-stop center. Because you see, you are now looking at the Children's Act, you are now looking at the Penal Code Act. And the justification being given is that where a piece of legislation elsewhere is clear on a matter, like this one, you are not going to deviate from it. So when we are talking about children, in any legislation we make, our first point of reference is the Children's Act. So this is just being consistent with the Children's Act, and the 3 years must be looked at from that context that we are dealing with the children.
Yes?
Madam Chair, my concern here is about the mitigation, because if we allow these very people to go and mix up in the prison, can't we suggest and recommend that
That
we
is
open
in
up?
another. That is in another clause. You're moving faster than the House. Yes. Enos.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I know what I'm going to suggest is a bit inconsistent with other laws, but I wanted us to redefine a child to be 22 years, because the average age... Wait! Why don't you listen? The average age, Madam Chair, the average age...
Now, as a legislator...
Wait a minute, Madam.
I am surprised you don't know what age a kid is.
That's why I put a disclaimer. Why don't you allow me finish my argument? Why don't you allow me finish the argument?
Attorney General.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we have some order?
Honorable Enos,
For purposes of
you
clarity.
sought to uphold the Constitution. Now you want to rep the Constitution.
Right Honourable Speaker, for purposes of clarity,
Honorable members, listen.
for purposes of clarity, the age of majority is 18 and above.
Years.
Now, for us to raise it, a child to 22, would mean that we are amending the Constitution.
Unconstitutional.
And that would mean that this bill we are trying to pass today would tomorrow be declared unconstitutional on the basis of that.
Today you have guided it properly.
Honorable Attorney General, are you in agreement with the amendment?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, I agree with you.
Chair, my concern is a child of 14 years is different from a child of 17 years. So if we could have the punishment differently, that could be better.
A child is a child. Yes? Honorable Gwang. Yes?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The information that's moving around, which is very clear, most of our children who are being lured into homosexuality is all about money. And you know, these children...
Give me the amendment. What is the amendment?
The amendment I'm talking about is the period, if you say only 3 years, these people who are practicing homosexuality may buy off those kind of thing to a child. And the child can be attempted to go in for. Therefore, I would think we should increase the number of years.
How is it related to the amendment?
It is about the child who will be involved in homosexuality. They propose should be in prison for 3 years. That's the proposal they have put. Yes. But I'm saying that time, that period of 3 years is not enough, because they can't even go further to convince that child to accept anything of that kind. Then within the 3 years will not be enough. We are proposed it should be increased to 10 years.
Madam Chair, the standard of 3 years
Honorable members
is provided for in other laws.
Yes.
Issues being raised by honorable members.
I want to refer you to the Children's Act.
Yes.
The law is in conformity with the other laws. I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 5.
You people, we are not moving.
Clause 5, protection, assistance and payment of compensation to victims of homosexuality. Clause 5 of the bill is amended by A, deleting subclause 1, B, substituting for subclause 2 the following. 2, a person involved in the investigation, prosecution or trial of offenses under this act shall assist the victim of the offense present his or her views and concerns at the appropriate stages of the criminal proceedings. Justification, subclause 1 is deleted since it has potential to be abused by victims to commit crimes against accused persons before the acts complained of are investigated by the police and the accused person prosecuted. It will encourage mob justice, and it takes away the accused presumption of innocence prescribed in Article 28(3)(a) of the Constitution. For clarity and better drafting.
Asuman?
I concur, Right Honourable Chair.
AG?
I concede.
I put it.
It is under this clause, which talks of protection, that I want to re-echo the words of the President when he was discussing homosexuality. He was drawing a line.
What amendment are you making?
Whether it's a nurtured activity or it's an activity due to nature. So we want...
Give me the amendment.
Yeah. Hey. Right Honourable Speaker, the amendment I'm bringing on board is to take care of those people nurturing children into this activity, and to also give them...
It does not fall under here. Give me the amendment that you want to make.
I'm looking at protection.
What about protection?
Protecting the children.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6.
For clause 6, consent of a victim of homosexuality. For clause 6, they substituted the following. Consent to sexual act is no defense. The consent of a person to commit a sexual act shall not constitute a defense to a charge under this act. Justification: to expand the provision to declare as irrelevant the consent of any person to the performance of a sexual act that constitutes an offense under this act, rather than limiting the provisions to victims of offenses as proposed under the bill.
Asman?
Clarification.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Next time you don't speak.
I want to seek clarification from the chair whether when they were considering the issue of consent, they looked at a consent that is gotten at marriage. We have had cases where married couples in church procure consent to hold out on heterosexual relationship. When they enter into that marriage relationship, they turn around and go into homosexual activities, subdue the person, and now you are saying consent. Consent, what consent are you talking about? Is it this consent that was procured at marriage, or which consent are you talking about?
Honorable Chair.
Can I help?
In the circumstances, because the victim will be innocent.
Can I help?
Chair rules.
Honourable member, this bill is about same-sex relationship. It's not about heterosexuals.
And it's not about marriage.
And it's not about marriage. And under Article 31, marriage between people of the same sex is prohibited. So the issue of marriage of people of the same sex does not arise because it is unconstitutional.
We are talking about heterosexuals, Madam Chair.
This bill is not about heterosexuals.
Yeah, Honorable Chair.
Honorable AG.
Honorable Chair.
Attorney General. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Give me the amendment.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, the amendment I wanted to make relates to Tinka Simile's concern.
No, that one has been solved. That has been corrected.
Madam Chairperson, it is not. The Tinka Simile's concern was people who go into a marriage as heterosexuals. Thereafter conducting a marriage, they turn into doing homosexuality when they are in a marriage and they are heterosexuals.
The unnatural acts have been handled in clause 2. Those are natural acts.
Yeah, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable Chair, on consent.
Honorable members. I know how much you feel for this.
Honorable Chair, on
but we must move. Honorable members.
Madam Chair.
Honorable, there is nothing to be corrected here, Mehdi.
No, I'm talking about consent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe honorable members must arise to the fact that because this may be pleaded as a defense that they were consenting adults, that is why we are clearly legislating that consent shall not be a defense. Yes. That is what they are saying under this act. Therefore, you shall not plead that X and Y consented to perform this act.
I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor sign the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor sign the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7. Clause 7. Clause 7. Clause 7. Sit.
Clause 7, confidentiality. In clause 7,
honorable members, listen, Esther.
Clause 7, confidentiality. In clause 7, delete subclauses 1 and 2. Justification, clause 7, 1 and 2 are redundant since clause 7, 1 is already a practice of court, while 7, 2 is provided for under Article 28(2) of the Constitution, which allows a court or tribunal to exclude the press or the public from all or any proceedings before it for reasons
Switch on.
For reasons of morality, public order, or national security, as may be in a free and democratic society.
Asman?
No objection.
Attorney General?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to contrary, nay. The ayes have
Clause
it.
7 as amended.
Madam Chair, clause 7 deals with our children. And the penalty provided on 7, Madam Chair, is not fair. Because this is the only way.
What penalty do you recommend?
Madam Chair, they propose 10 years only. In clause 7, they are proposing only 10 years for somebody who recruits our children into homosexuality. So let it be life imprisonment for whoever recruits our children, for whoever gets involved in making sure that our children are involved into this.
No, that Chair, I think for information purposes, that's not what clause 7 is saying.
Honorable Patrick, clause 7 is on confidentiality, and aiding and abetting is on clause 8. So you're legislating ahead. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 7 be amended. As amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause. Sarah, sit. You sit.
Insertion of new clauses immediately before clause 8. The bill is amended by inserting before clause 8 the following. Child grooming. A person who A. recruits, transports, transfers, harbors, or receives a child for the purpose of engaging the child in homosexuality or any other conduct prohibited under this act. B. displays, distributes, or supplies to a child any material demonstrating, depicting, or illustrating a sexual act between persons of the same gender or any other conduct that is prohibited under this act. C. shows or avails a child in a picture, video or film showing, depicting or illustrating a sexual act between persons of the same gender or any other conduct that is prohibited under this act. Or D, in the presence of a child, performs a sexual act with a person of the same gender or causes another person to engage in a sexual act with a person of the same gender, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years. 2, the consent of a child of that child's parent, guardian, person in authority, or any other person with parental responsibility over the child to the acts prescribed in subsection 1 shall not be a defense to a charge under this act. Justification: to prohibit acts that expose children to acts of homosexuality.
Cecilia.
Chair,
I have a concern on the punishment of 10 years. We have seen some videos moving around of young children of 4 years, 3 years being inducted or forced into the act of homosexuality. Now, in that situation, Chair, a child is completely disoriented as far as sexuality is concerned. Now, how can you prescribe only 10 years? Such people really, even if we are trying to be merciful, should be life. Because your child is damaged. Your child is damaged for life, disoriented for life. These people need punishment for life. They must in prison for life. Thank you.
Chair.
Attorney General. We have an amendment from Imat Cecilia.
The proposal of the committee is 10 years. Mama Cecilia proposes life. If the argument is about the length of imprisonment, we could find a middle ground and propose 15 to 20.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Attorney General, Attorney General, imagine it is your own child. Imagine it is your own child, Attorney General.
Yes, amendment.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Can you look?
Where somebody has got your child, imagine the child is 2 years, is 3 years. Even life imprisonment is not adequate because this person is going to go into the prisons and continue living his life, maybe even continuing with homosexuality in the prisons. These people should be castrated. Yes. The amendment I'm proposing is that the person should be castrated, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Elijah.
Yeah.
Elijah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Elijah.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. I want to concur.
Give me the yes.
Yes. I want to concur with Madam Cecilia Ogwal because the damage here caused is for life. So I think the basis we said the sentence to life imprisonment because the damage to this child is for life. So let the sentence also be for life. Thank you.
Honorable members, the issue is you're saying the 10 years are few. How many years?
Life.
Madam Chair, I would urge my colleagues generally, one, because I've heard these sentiments coming out, supposing it is your child. As legislators, we do not want to
Let's
go
not put personal feelings
on
in
record
this.
because we would be losing objectivity. That's point number one. Number two, in our legislation, let's keep remembering the two principles of legality and proportionality. Because whatever we are saying here, you see, it is a point of law. It is a point of law. And I signed this report. I am conscious I have a duty to protect it. Legality, proportionality, and emotions out of this. Thank
So
you.
how many years are you in agreement with the
yes,
committee?
I'm in agreement.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Bedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Dr. Bedi.
Thank you, Right Madam Chair. Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I'm rehabilitating a child who was recruited in primary 7. I want us to amend
that the offense comes from 10 to 20 years. To 20 years.
That is different.
Yes, I understand.
This is different on this clause. That's different.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Chair.
It is important that we find...
Can we hear
Madam
from
Chair.
the Attorney General?
Madam Chair, I wanted to raise
Because
something very key.
we are talking about years. Can we hear from Attorney General?
Colleagues, in light of the proportionality that Honorable Segona has urged, I would want us to agree that 20 years would suffice.
Can I have Lob?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The disservice the Honorable Land Attorney General and my other land friends have done to this House is not to explain under sentencing guidelines that actual life can be 3 years. And I'm telling you what it actually is. That actually when you prescribe 15 to 20 is more appropriate than generally saying life. Yes. The land attorney can explain actually what it means. So don't simply say life. Legally, life can mean actually 5 years, depending on how the presiding officer construes the matter being considered. So please, you should have been helpful to the House to say life is not actually life. The chair can also guide, right, Honourable Speaker. I thought that should really be well understood.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. Honourable Members, prescription of offences must be based on time or the penalty ultimately. Different countries have defined life imprisonment differently, and this is from practice. Wherefore, if you want to say 30 years, say it. If you want to say 40 years, say it. Otherwise, the mere saying that the punishment should be imprisonment for life does not exactly imply that the judicial officer shall describe life in case of the person to mean all time behind bars. And that is through practice and what is there. Therefore, it's my humble view, Right Honourable Speaker, that we call upon the proposer to clearly state whether it is 25 or 30 or 10 or 20, and we move.
Order, Right Honourable. Order.
Segona.
Right Honourable Speaker, as Right Honourable Chair, Madam Chair, I think that one has been sorted by the latest jurisprudence.
Yes.
In the case of Tigo, the Supreme Court has stated that when
Honourable
the legislation,
members, listen.
when the legislation says life imprisonment, they mean your natural life.
Your natural life.
Your entire life.
Yes.
So I think that one ceases to be contentious.
Yes.
I am in agreement with the committee. I signed the report.
Can I have Fox? Where is Fox? Honourable Fox.
Right Honourable Chair.
Honourable members. Honourable Fox.
Right Honourable Chair. Just permit me 2 minutes. Number one, when it comes to the protection of children, we all should speak with one voice. The protection of minors, we all must speak with one voice. And that position applies to heterosexual sex as it applies to homosexual sex. Children have no space in the sex world.
and I will encourage all of you to protect our children.
How many years?
That said, Right Honorable Chair, I am a member of the committee, and the 10 years is sufficient.
Chair. Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the problem we are dealing with, if members can listen, you see, Madam Chair, A speaks about recruiting children, transporting them, blah, blah, for purposes of engaging them. In English, it means etc. Madam Chair, while B and C and D are about either someone committing homosexuality in the presence of a child or distributes material. These offenses cannot attract the same sentence. Someone trafficking a child for homosexuality and someone showing a film. I therefore want to propose, Madam Speaker, that in case of A, life imprisonment, in case of B, C, and D, 20 years.
Honorable members, I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill with amendment of 20 years as proposed by Honorable Semujju and Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, aye? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable members, so why are you making a noise? If you want to make an amendment, your private members, you'll make an amendment. This is the first law you're making. And you can make amendment anytime you want. Let's be orderly and honorable enough.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Semujju's amendment had two effects, and your bundling, I don't know whether it has separated part of the clause, because
it did as proposed by Honorable Semujju. He mentioned it.
Then,
so I am going by what he said.
Then, Chair, I prefer recommit on part of separating it.
No, it is already separated. I took it as it was. It is separated. Clause 8.
No, Chair.
Procedure, Chair.
Procedure, Madam. Chair, I differ from...
Honorable Kabanda, it is separated. What we are going to do is on the what? When they are preparing the bill, they will correct that.
Chair, with due respect, I have understood. Honorable Semujju has moved that exhibiting
Honorable
videos...
Semujju separated the A, B, C, D.
Yes, and he has suggested two different penalties. One, 10 years, and another 20 years. Yes, that's what he moved.
No. Life.
Procedure,
Madam Chair. Honorable members, clause 8.
Procedure.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Right, Honorable, we've sold
Aiding
our
and
children.
abetting homosexuality. Delete clause 8. Justification. The provision is redundant since it is provided for under section 19 of the Penal Code Act, and the conduct intended to be cured can be dealt with
members,
under clause 14.
Santa.
on promotion. The provision uses words such as acts of homosexuality, which are ambiguous since they are not defined, thereby making the provision contrary to the principle of legality prescribed in Article 28(12) of the Constitution.
Nathan.
Thank you,
Asuman.
thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not trying to differ too much from what the Chair is raising, but I wanted to ask a question. I don't know if Honorable Bart is around.
Honorable Bart is here.
When we passed this law in the 9th Parliament, there are colleagues of ours who went to court. Yeah, they went to court. Anyway, it is Fox and Otada. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, having finished even the court, when we came here to pay tribute to the late Archbishop of Uganda, Ruum, one of the seconders was a Fox, who was a you said homosexuality, homosexual.
Procedure.
Madam
Procedure,
Speaker.
Honorable Chair.
What's the procedure? When I'm here. So, Madam Chair, the issue I'm raising, these are the ones who aid and abetting homosexuality. Now, what about those who go to court? No, we don't want to delete it. That's why I want to bring
Honorable Nathan, you're taking our time.
Madam Chair, I want us to bring those who go to court, who yes.
Asuman. Asuman. Asuman.
No, Chair, I have no objection to the proposal by the committee.
Attorney General.
Just some clarification, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, because the justification for deleting, as mentioned by the chairperson here, is that there's no definition for acts of homosexuality. Why wouldn't we define such that's very clear?
We are going to define in the interpretation clause. That's clause 1.
Yeah, but because they're proposing to delete it and they are giving that as a reason. So, but if we are going to define,
They are
then it cannot
saying it
stand
is a
as a reason.
redundant clause. It is
Okay,
already
thank you.
provided for.
Clarification.
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I have no objection.
I put a question that clause 8 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. There is have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, conspiracy to engage in homosexuality. Delete clause 9, justification. The mischief intended to be cured by the clause can be dealt with under clause 14.
Atsman. Conspiracy.
Chair, I concede to the proposal.
AG.
I concede.
I put a question that clause 9 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, procuring homosexuality by threat. Delete clause 10, justification. Consequential amendment arising from the amendment of clause 3 of the bill relating to the offense of aggravated homosexuality, wherein the sub-clauses 1 and 2 of clause 10 were inserted in clause 3. Clause 10 conflicts with section 123 relating to the offense of rape and 129 relating to defilement by prescribing lesser sentences than those prescribed under the above provisions, affecting the provisions of the above acts. To remove a redundant subclause 10(2), which proposes to recognize a practice of court requiring corroboration.
Asman.
I concede.
AG.
I concede, Madam Chair.
Imat. I put a question that clause 10 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor said and the contrary, the ayes have it.
Clause 11.
11, Chair.
Clause 11, detention with intent to commit homosexuality. Delete clause 11, justification. Clause 11 is redundant.
Asman,
I concur.
AG.
I agree.
I put a question that clause 11 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 12.
12.
Clause 12, brothels. Clause 12 of the bill is amended A, by renumbering the provisions as subclause 1 and 2. B, in subclause A, by inserting the words facilitating the commission of the offense of immediately after the word purposes. C, by substituting for clause B the following: the owner, occupier, or manager of premises who knowingly allows the premises to be used by any person for purposes of homosexuality or to commit an offense under this act commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 1 year. Justification? For clarity and better drafting, as required in Section 37 of the Interpretation Act, to prescribe the maximum penalty that can be imposed by court in order to recognize and maintain court discretion in sentence.
Seven.
Right Honorable Speaker, in this case, the country would be better off well guided when brothels are defined. And the chairperson of the committee would help us in this matter to enlighten the country, because at times you've hired out a place maybe to operate as a restaurant, then someone runs it differently, but you're the owner. Therefore, I can see within the clause knowingly,
yes,
with intent.
Yes.
I think we need to safeguard
How
the
many
rights
years?
of owners, because assuming you owned apartments and you didn't know.
No,
But
knowingly.
knowingly. If there is knowingly, then
How many
let's
years?
7, I think.
7.
7 years would be my proposal.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Matt, Jonathan.
Right Honorable Speaker, I just want clarification from the chair whether this would not conflict with the principle of confidentiality. Because confidentiality and privacy. Because these days, people are so clever, they can say they are going to discuss business when they are going for other things. So the principle of confidentiality, how shall it operate here? So can I be clarified, please?
Please clarify.
Further clarification, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was just looking at the definition of a brothel. It's a short for brothel house, a house of prostitution. So a house of prostitution legal in Uganda, or they are illegal? Because by operation itself of a brothel, it's illegal, they are illegal. So I need to be clarified, because which one is a brothel? Because it goes further and says from a brothel, a rage, a scoundrel, a lecher, a harriet prostitute, a house influenced by bordel. So that's the definition.
Kato,
So
don't go.
need
We
to
are going to
clarify that.
voting now.
So Chair, help us whether it is
Mujjje.
legal to operate brothel.
Mujjje, then
Yeah,
Catholic.
since this is also promotion, I would put the years at 10. 10 years.
It is not a promotion. Allowing your premises knowingly.
Yeah, actually,
Yes.
Madam Chair, and our members, I think that the committee was very careful on this clause. Once they have said that the occupier or manager of the premises who knowingly, that solves everything. Let us look at the sentence.
Give us the years.
For me, everything is for life until everybody is finished. So,
Madam Chair.
Moses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as a way of avoiding these people to get land and construct buildings and use them for the same, I think we need 15 years.
Honorable Akamba.
Madam Chair, I move that we put the punishment at 10 years.
Richard.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree because knowingly means you are also promoting. Since we put 10 years for promoting, it should be the same, 10 years.
Fred?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that word knowingly indict. So I think, whereas others may want to camouflage, 10 years would be okay. Let's provide 10 years
Judy.
for that.
Judy.
Since we also have families that do promote this under pretext of protection of the categories, I also agree with 10 years.
Asumani.
Chair, I have no objection on the 10 years being proposed by majority view, but I just want to clarify the issue of brothels that the Honorable Okupa raised. Brothels by nature are illegal, so I want to propose that instead of brothels as the head note here, it should be premises.
We are having an amendment from can you redraft on the head note and in the years?
I think the proposal by Asmani is correct.
The proposal by Asmani on the head note for premises.
For premises is correct, and I agree with the 10 years.
Yes.
Chair, I want to raise an objection on the use of the word knowingly. In the now modern penal legislations, the moment you bring the word knowingly, you are going to create confusion in prosecuting some of those. So we should actually remove and will remain with the person who allows, so that it becomes easy for the prosecution to deal with.
Who allows? Yes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I want to hear from Honorable Katuntu. Honorable Katuntu, then Medi.
Colleagues, the principle of criminal responsibility has two ingredients. The first one is intention. And that intention must be a criminal intention. In Latin, they call it a mens rea. For you to be criminally responsible, the prosecution must prove that you had that criminal intention. Then you go ahead and put that criminal intention into action. So the word knowingly must be there, because unless you are aware and you have the intention of renting out or providing premises, then you can't be criminally responsible. So you want to clarify to me the law? The law? Okay.
Honorable members, we are making amendment. We are making amendment on the head note. Honorable members, can I have order? We are making an amendment on the head note to premises, and then we are making an amendment on the years to 10 years. Not so? I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed, with amendment of premises on the head note and 10 years as the sanction. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
13.
Clause 13, same-sex marriage. For clause 13, they substituted the following. 13, prohibition of marriage between persons of the same gender. 1, a person A, who A, contracts a marriage with a person of the same gender, B, presides over, conducts, witnesses, or directs a marriage ceremony between persons of the same gender, or knowingly attends or participates in the preparation of a marriage between persons of the same gender, commits an offense, and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years. 2, in this section, marriage means the union, whether formal or informal, between persons of the same gender. Justification to operationalize Article 31(2)(a) of the Constitution, which prohibits same-sex marriages. For clarity and better drafting, as required in Section 37 of the Interpretation Act, to prescribe the maximum penalty that can be imposed by court in order to recognize and maintain court discretion in sentencing. To expand the provision to apply to all persons who participate in a marriage or the marriage ceremony of persons of the same gender.
Yes, AG.
Madam Chair, I'm proposing an amendment. A says a person who contracts a marriage. Now, this being the anti-homosexuality bill, marriage is defined to mean a union between a man and a woman. So we cannot say who contracts a marriage because we are not recognizing this as a marriage. So we shall say, I propose we say a person who attempts to contract a marriage, because whatever union they enter into is not recognized as a marriage. I beg to submit.
Asuman?
Chair, in the bill we had actually considered the word purport. A person who purports to contract, because even attempting by nature, you are giving effect, but we are talking about purporting because it's void ab initio. So I want to vary a bit, say a person who purports to contract a marriage. That's the amendment.
Clarification. Clarification.
Madam Chair, Asuman, I need your attention. The law generally...
Asuman.
I need your attention. While purport may give good meaning, the law generally does not use the word purport. It uses the word attempt. In this case, I would propose we go with the word attempt. Because you have tried to enter into something that is not legal. Basically, that's what it means.
Further clarification, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes,
further clarification,
yes,
Right Honourable Speaker.
Right, Madam Chair, using the word attempt would presuppose that it is doable. But what we are dealing with is something that is not doable because you cannot succeed in contracting this marriage anyway. I am comfortable with the word purport because what we are doing now, we are dealing with is not simply English. We are dealing with the legislation, and with the legislation, it is what we call it. Thank you.
Katonto.
I really request the learned Attorney General to concede. Let us not legislate a vague word. If you purport, you are purporting. It is illegal. Whether it is attempting, it is forbidden.
Move the amendment.
So we should. I agree to the Honourable Asmani Basadro's proposal. We use purports. It's clearer and it's not even subject to any other interpretation by courts of law.
Further clarification, Right Honourable
yes,
Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, we had previously talked about gender being amorphous. Why don't we insert same-sex instead of gender?
No, we have a definition.
Because gender has a lot of interpretations.
We have a definition of gender under clause 1.
Right. Definition will be consistent with the international definition.
Because the international definition recognizes gender in so many perspectives, including same-sex and others. So to be consistent, Right Honorable Speaker would propose that we replace gender for sex, so that we're talking about the same sex instead of gender, because gender can
We shall
be
look
so
at it
broad.
at clause 1. Yes,
I think at some point the chairperson of the committee should go ahead, because members are raising this point all the time, and try to explain how we've redefined those words. Because the law gives
We
a
are going to
meaning
redefine them
to what we
after.
think. That particular issue has been handled in the definition section. There would be no gray area.
Yes, Hajat.
Chair, probably it will help this House. I have children that participate in international debates, and I have a privilege of listening to them as they
Is
speak.
it one of the amendments?
Yes, Chair. And as they speak, they ask them to define their gender. You find a woman will be happy to define her gender as a he or she. So despite her being sexually woman, she defines herself as a man. I find it very vague, even when we shall interpret that we shall use gender for sex, because people deliberately claim themselves a different type, even when you see them differently. I really support that we put the word sex instead of gender, because internationally, sex, gender is constructed.
Formation, Honorable Kabanda, we have gone ahead to define sexual orientation, which cures the mischief you are talking about. People who purport even to be what they think they should be, whereas not. It is called sexual orientation. And, the report clearly does that. Why don't you read the report? It's there.
Honorable members, I put a
Clarification,
question.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair, clarification.
Propua.
Clarification, Madam Chair.
First seat, Propua, you sit. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Honorable Asuman Basalira. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
I put a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14, promotion of homosexuality.
Madam
For clause
Chair.
14, they substituted the following.
Yeah, I need some help.
Promotion of homosexuality. 1. A person who promotes homosexuality commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years. 2. A person who promotes homosexuality where the person A encourages or persuades another person to perform a sexual act with another person of the same gender, or to do any other act that constitutes an offense under this act. B. Advertises, publishes, prints, broadcasts, distributes, or causes the advertisement, publication, printing, broadcasting, or distribution by any means, including the use of a computer information system or the internet, of any material promoting or encouraging homosexuality or the commission of an offense under this act. C. Provides financial support, whether in kind or cash, to facilitate activities that encourage homosexuality or the observance or normalization of conduct that is prohibited under this act. D. Knowingly leases or subleases, uses or allows another person to use any house, building, or establishment for the purpose of undertaking activities that encourage homosexuality or any other offense under this act. Or E. Operates an organization which promotes or encourages homosexuality or the observance or normalization of conduct that is prohibited under this act. 3. Where an offense prescribed under this section is committed by a legal entity, court may A. hold a shareholder, director, employee, manager, officer, or any other principal officer in the legal entity to be responsible for the actions of the legal person, and therefore liable for the offense committed and punished as provided in this section. And B. In addition to any penalty stipulated in the relevant provision. 1. Impose a penalty not exceeding 20,000 currency points for breach of any of the provisions of this section. Or 2. Suspend or cancel the license or other authorization granted to the legal entity to undertake any activity in Uganda. Justification: for clarity and better drafting, to expand the provision to cater for all acts done with the aim of encouraging the observance of conduct that is prohibited under the act. To prohibit acts done in public which are calculated to encourage homosexuality or the normalization of acts that are prohibited under the Act, to grant additional powers to court where a legal entity commits an offense.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
An amendment first.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to make on clause 2. Clause 2, Asuman. A person promotes homosexuality where the person A encourages or persuades another person to perform a homosexual act with another person of the same gender. I would propose we remove the word with another person of the same gender for it to flow with the sexual act or to do any act, any other act that constitutes an offense under this act. Because this is repetitive and superficial.
Is that okay, Abdu?
I think it is good draftsmanship from the Attorney General.
What about on the years, Attorney General? Are you okay? 10 years on a promotion?
I'm okay with 10 years. It's
Madam
also
Chair.
consistent with the person.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. How much can you shout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to just make an addition to the amendment to the clause on promotion.
Tell me the years.
To include the years?
Yes.
The years 20. 20.
Attorney General.
But Chair, one more thing. It's about adding the word curricula.
Adding the word what?
Curriculums or curricula. There are organizations coming
Add
and
the word
providing
where?
educational curriculums.
Where do we add it?
We add it on the list which we have on promotions.
Are you getting it?
Yes. We just add on publications, items printed, we just add the word curricula so that it captures those organizations that promote certain curricula under our education system that promotes those actions.
We are introducing an amendment on the floor.
Yeah.
We are introducing it on the floor. That is against the Rule 134.
Chair,
Madam Chair,
just giving information to what Honorable has said, the issue of the curriculum. Madam Chair, for those who have done the CRE, look at the times when you did CRE and today. They have changed, because at that time we looked at all the other types of sex as deviation. But in the current CRE books, there are say types of sexes. They have changed the curricula to read that way from the CRE books. So that's why the issue of the curricula comes in. So those from Minister of Education, look at those books. And I think it was innocently taken to differentiate. It was for a purpose, to call it different types and then say deviations. So that should be really harmonized.
I want to refer you
Madam Chair.
I want to refer you to Rule 134. You cannot introduce it on the floor. Why didn't you take...
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I'm concerned here that
Thank you, Madam
we
Chair.
may be criminalizing
on the amendment of the punishment of promotion. Madam Chair, we have now known that homosexuality is not inborn, it's learned. And the teacher who teaches homosexuality, the doctrine, is actually the source of all this problem that we are talking about. So 10 years, in my opinion, is very minimal. 20 years I propose.
Madam Chair, there's something important I needed clarification for.
Madam Chair,
Honorable members, stop grabbing the microphone. If you're not going to sit, I'm going to put a question. Lumo?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have heard all words here.
We are looking at the years. The amendment we are doing is on the years.
I'm seeking for some help, Madam Chair. I want to know from the chairperson the meaning of the word queer. I fail to understand it. So that when I'm debating, I understand it properly. Thank you very much.
You will hear it from definition. on interpretation. Dr. Baiga.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, the issue of promotion is the biggest problem that we have been having. I am proposing 20 years, but Madam Chairperson, there is something that we have not talked about in promotion. These are the TV programs, television programs, videos, films that have got doses of promotion of homosexuality that we have not talked about.
That one is catered for. It is catered for and 2B. Balmweso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, promotion is very, very serious, particularly in schools, and therefore I propose life imprisonment.
Jennifer?
Yes, because I'm a victim, personally.
Thank you.
Life.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair, I propose that first these NGOs and the bodies that promote, first if it is like kind of an NGO,
years?
they are banned. That is number one.
There, banning is there. Give me the years.
The years I propose 50.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose 20.
Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Not you.
I propose 20.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose 20.
20.
Same as 20.
20.
Hello. Hello.
Madam Chair, given the gravity of the promoters of this vice, I suggest 30 years as punishment.
20 years, Madam Chair.
20 years.
30 years.
Madam Chair, 30 is appropriate.
Madam Chair, there is a vice that is not listed. There is a vice that is not listed.
Honorable members.
The vice of intimidating whistleblowers.
Honorable members, that is separate. We are looking at a sanction first for promotion.
20 years, Madam Speaker.
20 years.
Clarification.
Attorney General. Attorney General.
I concede to the voices of 20 years.
Clarification.
The Attorney General has conceded to the voice of 20.
Clarification, Madam Chair. Very important, please.
Chair, I want to concede on the 20 years. But just to give notice that I have an amendment on this clause.
Which one?
Clause 14. But after we have agreed on this.
Make amendment.
Yeah, Chair, I want to clause 14 of the bill. This is a matter that I brought to the attention of the committee, but it has not been captured. Chair, I want to clause 14 of the bill. I want to amend it by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 3. Immediately after the following subsection 3, the following. That the Uganda Communications Commission or another regulator may, upon its independent determination that a corporate entity has breached any of the provisions of this section, 1, suspend or revoke the corporate entity's broadcasting rights in Uganda for a period of 10 years. 2, require the broadcaster or publisher to censor its content, to eliminate all forms of promotion or publication of material offending this section. And 3, impose an administrative penalty equivalent to 20,000 currency points. And the justification, Chair, is to empower UCC to provide administrative remedies in cases of breach of promotions of the Act on Promotion. Chair, I say so because I have had concerns from colleagues about material that is aired or broadcast on radio and TV, and sometimes the international TVs that broadcast in this country. So the regulator, which is UCC, should be able to impose penalties and sanctions on those that violate the provisions of this act. I beg to propose.
Segona. Honorable Segona. Honorable Segona.
Madam Chair, the committee was alive to certain principles in determining whether to use the word may or shall. Number one, we were avoiding something called mandatory because the UCC itself is regulated by a different piece of legislation. Number two, the reasoning is that there are other penalties provided for as opposed to this one. So this is just in addition to the other remedies that may be considered by the UCC. And finally, in modern legislation, we normally avoid the word shall because of the different interpretations. Now, for those that think that shall is actually mandatory, it has been defined and interpreted by courts to mean directory in certain cases. So it will not be curing the problem you're trying to cure.
Thank you.
And the word may was deliberate.
That is provided for. Katuntu. It's provided for in 3.2. Check 3.2. 3B2. Honorable Katuntu.
I think the legal regime, the Uganda Communications Act, that establishes the Communications Commission, empowers it under that act to even revoke licenses to companies that have been licensed to carry out broadcasting when they are doing anything that offends the law. It's already there provided for. We don't want to create a situation that we are now trying to, how can I put, you see, the freedom of the media, because we don't want to walk again that path that we are now trying to infringe on the freedom of the media.
When you look at what is provided for in 3,
I am looking at the amendment of Honorable Salwa, not what is provided for, but the amendment. Because what was provided for, to me, I think it is sufficient to handle what Honorable Salwa was.
The amendment Honorable Basalira is bringing is provided for in the report. In addition to any penalty stipulated in the relevant provision, 1, impose a penalty not exceeding 20,000 currency points for breach of any provisions of this section, or suspend or cancel the license or other authorization granted to the legal entity to undertake the activity in Uganda.
And it was well thought out. We sat and agreed that that is sufficient. What Honorable Saliva is trying to do is to go beyond that. What we provided for under the report actually is in consonance with what is within the UCC.
Maybe what we can include is the timeline. Okay.
Chair. Yes, Chair. I have read the proposal by the committee. Maybe what we need to add is the duration of the suspension or cancellation. And I want to propose that the 10 years in my proposal be included in 3B2.
Cancellation cannot be for a period of time. That should be suspension.
No, there is Chair, because I was talking about suspending and revoking, and here the committee uses suspension and cancellation. And the point I want to make is that whatever we adopt, the issue of time must be captured. And I want to propose that the cancellation or suspension should be for a period of 10 years.
AG? Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I have a problem with the criminalizing an entire organization. Because either one director in a broadcast house or in a print media or an editor has committed a crime. It will be a very big mistake. I want to invite this parliament to get that.
Honorable Semuju, before you go far, when you look at 3, where an offense prescribed under this section is committed by a legal entity, court may hold a shareholder, a director, employee, a manager, officer, or any other principal officer. It is catered
my
for.
problem, right, Honorable Chair, is to begin cancellation of licenses. Because media organization employs sometimes even 1,000 people. Deal with the person who has committed the crime and not the
court
organization.
has a discretion. It is...
Because otherwise we should have closed the NRM long ago. Because if you have 10 ministers who have stolen Mabati,
Madam Chair.
But you can't criminalize the whole of NRM.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to go to 14.3 B1. Impose a penalty not exceeding 20,000 currency points, which is equivalent to 400 million. I want to propose 50,000 currency points.
Attorney General, is that okay with you?
As Attorney General answers the two.
Let's first answer the currency,
Madam
currency
Chair,
point.
I actually wanted to move the same amendment, because you see, these broadcasters, once something is set on TV, it's watched by millions of people. So the promotion is reaching out to so many people. Unless we have a deterrent proviso that curtails the activity. On the basis of that, I would go with the 40,000, the 50,000 currency points proposal.
Yes. I want to thank the Attorney General. In fact, Attorney General, I think you have made it easier. Because this is also promotion. And earlier on, we had passed sanctions for promotion. So when it comes to...
Of 20 years.
Of 20 years. So the time now must go with 20 years.
We are talking about entities.
Yeah.
Companies.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, talking strictly law, I want to implore the House to pay attention to the observation by the Honorable Semuju. Because in a broadcasting house, for example, there are workers who go on air to do different lawful assignments, either out of sheer criminality or out of excitement. Somebody makes a statement. That statement should not be visited onto the entire corporation. And that, yes, and this is how we do it, especially when we are talking about penalties. I think we need to reorganize it in such a way that we capture criminality of particular individuals.
Information.
Honorable
Information.
Honorable Segona,
yes,
I read it. Hold a shareholder, director, employee, manager, officer, or any other principal officer in the legal entity to be responsible for the actions of a legal person, and therefore liable for the offense committed and punished as provided for in this section, in addition to any penalty stipulated in the relevant provision.
I don't see that one capturing
that is
individual.
in addition to the suspension.
Yes, I don't see that one capturing individual liability. Instead, what I read from that is the corporation shouldering liability of the individuals.
No.
Can I help?
Yes, I would be happy to hear my brother
Madam Chairperson.
Yes.
An organization commits a crime. Colleagues may listen to me. An organization commits a crime when it is its policy to promote criminality as a policy. Then it is guilty of a criminal act, if it is its policy. However, if you've got individual workers, especially, for example, the media, you have editors, you have reporters, you have anchors, you have presenters, somehow who go and commit this crime, whether on air, you can't now hold the entire organization criminally responsible. You can't do it. However, if it is the policy of this television house called Nandutu TV, Agnes Nandutu, something like that, then you would hold that TV criminally responsible.
AG.
Madam Chair, allow me to say this. While the Honorable Katuntu says we look at what would be the policy of the organization, at no time will you find in the memorandum and articles of association of a broadcaster that they intend to broadcast ABCD. But maybe through regulation, if UCC can find these people culpable for more than once, maybe we can provide, we can have a proviso which says where an organization has been found in a breach
but the
for more than once.
UCC Act has those provisions.
Then if the UCC Act has those provisions, then we leave it to UCC instead of embedding it in here.
Question.
Madam Chair. Chair. Thank you. Colleagues, I want us to reflect closely on the counsel of Honorable Mulawa Abdu Katuntu. Chair, this provision must be read conjunctively. You don't read it disjunctively. Because when you do so, you lose the import. Chair, 3 is about giving courts the latitude. You are saying that you, the director, the manager, the employee, you are criminally liable. That is one leg of this argument. The second leg is that now, in the process of investigation and prosecution, we have found that as a policy, whether written or not, advertently or inadvertently, you are promoting homosexuality, then there is no way, as an entity, you are going to go away scot-free. So that is the context, the text and context within which we must look at this proposal. It is not about making an organization unfairly liable. It is about finding an organization in one way or the other, directly or indirectly, promoting, aiding, abetting acts of homosexuality. And I think that is why the provision is not couched in mandatory terms. It's not couched in mandatory terms. So, the provision is giving discretion to the court. That at the end of it all, it is saying the court may. And I think it's important for us to put some focus on that aspect. Chair, I want to propose that the issue of the 50,000 currency points and the proposal of the license being cancelled or suspended for 10 years be included, and we proceed.
Clarification, Honorable Ambassador.
Madam Chair, my concern is one. You cannot impute culpability on the corporation unless you have perimeters in place. Unless you are able to say it has been done more than once, now we find you guilty. So
that is provided for in the UCC Act.
So what I'm trying to say is that it would be wrong for us to say it is the policy of the company unless we provide that unless that company has been found to have done this more than once, then we can impute that to be the policy of the company.
Madam Chair.
Attorney General, that's
Madam
why
Chair,
you find, Attorney General,
we
that's
are
why you
raising
find
this
all
house
these licenses are provisional.
to a position where even attempt is
UCC
punished.
has powers.
Why are we allowing a company even to do it once? Where I have an issue, and a senior will guide, is on the liability of a company against versus shareholders. Where do we put the principle of yes? I would be gladly be guided.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair, I concede to the amendment.
As conceded.
The amendment of Basalira.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I am very, very much receptive of the proposals of the Honorable Katuntu and the Honorable Asumani Basalirwa. But we are looking at a corporation that does not speak by itself. We are looking at a corporation that employs persons, all of whom are drawn from our own society.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Honorable.
No, we want to move.
Madam Chair, I concede to the proposal, to the proposed amendment for 50 currency points and the 10 years. 50,000 currency points
and 10 years.
And 10 years.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Yes.
The amendment.
Madam Chair, as the Honorable Cooper takes his seat, I was explaining, and actually the purpose of explaining was to make Honorable Cooper understand, because I understood it before. One, I want us to be neater so that we would be.
Honorable Elijah, please, let's move.
He has understood.
Order. Because you can't say I don't understand.
Honorable.
I withdraw. I now recognize that he understands. Right, Madam Chair. The point we are trying to make, we are all at par. We are in agreement. What we are trying to do here, before even the Attorney General conceded, is to make sure that we hold the culpable persons tightly. And the best way of doing it is separating crimes. One, when it comes to individuals, we hold them liable. Now, when it comes to corporations, the learned Attorney General was talking about more than once. No. Actually, what we do, we say repetition. That's number one. Number two, by policy. Now, by policy can be established by way of evidence, as the Honorable Katuntu was saying. Now, especially when we are talking about the worst penalty, the last one, of cancellation. That's why I suggested we separate them. Finally, when it comes to what the Honorable Asumani Basalirwa was saying, perhaps if we want to do it better, we could even allow the enactment of a statutory instrument that enumerates the processes. Finally, Madam Chair, on the question of suspension and cancellation, that's where I wanted to differ a bit from Honorable Basalirwa. We provide timelines when it comes to suspension.
Yes, that's what.
But when it comes to cancellation, we cancel forever.
No, he's talking
if
about
you want
suspension.
to come back, you reapply and you are assessed by the UCC. I thank you.
Amendment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to move. I want to move that we amend, we delete 3B2, the one that deals with the suspension and cancellation of licenses. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, let me give you point of procedure.
Honorable Semuju, we cannot delete 3.2. We cannot.
No, but I am, Madam Speaker, I am moving, so I think the deletion should be put on a vote. Right, Robert Chair?
I am putting a question that
Amendment.
That deletion of 3.2.
No, 3B2.
Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Aye.
The noes have it.
Amendment.
Another amendment, Madam Chair. Another amendment.
Point of procedure.
Another amendment, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Another amendment.
Right, Honorable Chair. Amendment. Madam Chair, amendment. Right, Honorable Chair. I want to thank you. The point of procedure that I'm raising concerns the participation of the House. My observation is that members of the committee...
Which amendment are you making?
I'm on a procedure issue. A point of procedure, Madam Chair. The members who are debating the bill are the owners of the bill. They are the ones who brought it to the House. They are denying us the space to talk about the bill. Are we proceeding well, Madam Chair? They are not giving us the... They are debating the bill.
We are proceeding very, very well.
Amendment. Amendment. Madam Chair, I would like to move an amendment under 2C and 2E. 2C states that provides financial support, whether in kind or cash, to facilitate activities that encourage homosexuality. I want to propose that we add and rephrase it to provides financial support, whether in kind or cash, or distribute or allows to distribute materials and commodities to facilitate activities that encourage homosexuality.
That is provided for in B.
Madam Chair,
it is provided for.
Madam Chair, that is on information. What I'm looking at are commodities. One of the commodities that is used to promote are lubricants. And that is why we want it to be captured under C. There are commodities that these promoters use for promoting homosexuality. And I want to propose that we add that. This is different from B, which is on information.
Madam
B is
Chair.
looking at information.
Those are the ones in kind.
Madam Chair, that proposal will create more problems for the country.
Yes.
Why am I saying that? A lubricant may be imported into the country and it serves very many health purposes. And you cannot isolate it for purposes of promoting homosexuality. But that's not enough. Madam Chair, the key issue I wanted to observe is that a principle which Honorable Abudu Katuntu highlighted. He said when you are criminalizing someone for a criminal offense, you must first of all look at the intent. In processing promotion of homosexuality, in processing the various sections and subsections of what amounts to promotion of homosexuality, we did not address ourselves to the question of intent. For example, Madam Chair, there are many members in this House who have been sending videos of homosexuals to highlight the magnitude of the problem. Under our current proposal...
So what amendment are we making?
Let me just explain so that people get it right. Under our current law, what that means is when you send a video to maybe highlight a danger of homosexuality, you are criminally responsible according to what he has highlighted to me.
Computer Misuse Act.
Under that it is there, but right now we are criminalizing it. And yet your intent may not be to promote homosexuality. So it is important.
Of advertises.
It is important that we deal with that. If we do not address ourselves to the issue of the intent.
Can we have the amendment
amendment?
Basalira, make your amendment. Honorable members, please sit. Sit. Moses, come back and vote.
So
we are going to vote
my amendment is that we should add the word knowingly or willingly to any act of promotion. Otherwise, you may do things when you do not intend. I thank.
Make the overall amendment. Hello,
Chair, I want to propose. I want to propose as follows: 3B. In addition to the penalty stipulated in the reverse provision, impose a penalty not exceeding 50,000 currency points for breach of one of the provisions of this section. Fine, in addition to any fine. Impose a fine, yes, impose a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points for breach of any of the provisions of this section. 2, suspend the license of the entity for 10 years. Number 3, cancel the license for a period of 10 years. And 3, cancellation of the license. I beg to move.
AG.
I do understand the proposed amendment because council would not have a time period attached to it, while suspend can have a time period attached to it. So I agree with the proposal.
Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, honorably posed something that has a connotation in law. And it is vital that we address our minds to the matter of intention. I'll give you an example. We watch, let's say, the Premier League. And what they wear there is the rainbow amber. And someone shares with you a clip of a player in the Premier League having that. And the intention is to tell you probably that Honorable Serwanyi in the Premier League scored a goal. You understand what I'm saying? Therefore, it is important for even these broadcasters, because NBS airs out highlights of the Premier League. And probably it can block, but probably it might not block the part of the armband of a captain of a Premier League team that is wearing an armband. So, if it's repetitively doing it in each sports highlight, is that promoting homosexuality with an intention? Can we look at the connotation of the intention? He talked about the videos. Probably someone is telling you, Honorable, look here. There is someone, a whistleblower, doing this in a secondary school. So let's talk about the intention of the person circulating this information.
Now, you listen to part B. Advertises, publishes, prints, broadcasts, distributes or causes an advertisement. Publication, printing, broadcasting, or distribution by any means, including the use of the computer information system or internet of any material promoting or encouraging homosexuality, or the commission of an offense under this
Madam
Act.
Chair, clarification.
I am still talking, you're saying clarification.
The issue I'm raising is on
Honorable member.
Publication.
Honorable Honorable Medi, you raised this thing. Have you understood? It is provided for, and it is clear.
Madam Chair, I think we're all in agreement, but in criminal law, there are two basic ingredients. We call the first one mens rea, which is the intention. We call the second the actus reus, which is the real act. What the Honorable Nsereko is saying, like Honorable Oguzu, is that we just insert the word knowingly or with intent. It is as simple as that. Then the rest of the ingredients are catered for.
Knowingly advertises. Knowingly advertises. Make the amendment. Make the amendment.
Madam Chair, I want to concede to the proposal by Segona that we insert knowingly
at the
or with
beginning,
intent.
at the beginning of B.
Yes, at the beginning of B.
Knowingly advertises, publishes, prints.
Or with intention.
With intention.
Yes.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Asuman and Honorable Segona and Medi Nsereko. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as
Chair, my issue on 14 is different. Under the proposed clause 3A. Under the proposed clause 3A, when you start from 14(1), a person who promotes, and then you come to 2, it appears that 3A becomes redundant. Even when the intention is towards a legal entity, by listing the following people, because he's reading where an offense prescribed under this section is committed by the illegal entity. It presupposes that there is a full trial that took place, and at the end, court determines that there is culpability. Now, after court determining that culpability, we are now proposing that that court may now single a person who has never appeared before that court to answer, should be punished. So for me, I think that the 3A is actually redundant, because under clause 1, we already punishes a person. If you are charging a legal entity with a criminal offense, you charge the minds, the directors or people who are there. So I want the Attorney General to
let me first hear from Abdu.
I really am sorry, maybe I'm not the only one. If Honorable Drew can really repeat what is, because we want to clearly understand the point was raised.
3 says where an offense prescribed under this section is committed by a legal entity, court may, A, where is proposing that it is redundant, hold a shareholder, director, employee, manager, officer, or any other principal officer in the legal entity to be responsible for the actions of the legal person, and therefore liable to an offense committed and punished as provided for in this section.
Yes, that's clear. You see, the court has found, through a trial, that actually the legal entity has committed a particular offense. But in addition, it may find that the director, manager, or shareholder has committed, might be culpable also of a criminal offense. That's what it means. I don't know where his problem is. Let me just get...
And that is where my issue is.
Yes.
That after court has conducted that trial and found that the legal entity is culpable, you are now saying that the court may single any of these people. And for me, the principle in criminal trials is that I must be heard to defend.
You must be tried.
And yes, I must be tried.
Yes.
But under one, we have already provided for a person who promotes, commits an offense. That person is either a natural person or under one. So I think the punishment under one is already
Attorney General concede he has a point.
Attorney General. 3A is redundant.
Are you okay? I concede.
I put a question that clause 14 be
Chair,
amended.
I also concede.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Odur, Ongusili, Segona, Medad, Asuman, and Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. New clause.
Fox.
Honorable Chair. New clause.
Not new clause, clause 15.
Just new clause.
Insertion of new clause immediately before clause 15. The bill is amended by inserting the following new clauses immediately before clause 15 as follows. Disqualification from employment upon conviction. A person who is convicted of the offense of homosexuality or aggravated homosexuality shall be disqualified from employment in a child care institution or in any other institution which places him or her in a position of authority or care of a child or a vulnerable person until such a time or a probation, social and welfare officer determines that the person is fully rehabilitated or no longer poses a danger to a child or other vulnerable person. Disclosure of sexual offences record. A person convicted of an offence under this act shall disclose the conviction when applying for employment in a child care institution or any other institution which places him or her in a position of authority or care of a child or any other vulnerable person. 2. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years, and the employment of that person shall terminate. Duty to report acts of homosexuality. A person who knows or has reasonable suspicion that a person
Honorable members, please listen. We are about to finish.
A person who knows or has reasonable suspicion that a person has committed or intends to commit the offense of homosexuality or any other offense under this act shall report the matter to police for appropriate action. 2. A person who is otherwise prevented by privilege from making a report under subsection 1 shall be immune from any action arising from the disclosure of information without the consent or waiver of privilege first having been obtained or had. 3. A person who, knowing or having reason to believe that a person has committed or intends to commit an offense and does not report the matter to police, commits an offense and is liable to a fine of 5,000 currency points or imprisonment for 6 months. 4. A person who makes a report referred to in this subsection shall be treated as a whistleblower and shall be protected from victimization. 5. This section shall not apply to an advocate. False sexual allegations. 1. A person who intentionally makes false or misleading allegations against another person to the effect that the person has committed an offense under this act, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for 1 year. 2. In this section, an allegation is false or misleading if at any stage of investigation or prosecution it is proved that the alleged act did not take place or the information was reportedly malicious. Repeals. Section 145A and C of the Penal Code Act is repealed. Justification. The proposal to disqualify a person convicted of an offense of homosexuality from employment in a child care institution or in any other institution which places him or her in a position of authority or care of a child or a vulnerable person is intended to protect children and various other vulnerable people from exploitation. The proposal to have a person convicted of an offense to disclose the conviction when applying for employment in a child care institution or any other institution which places him or her in a position of authority or care of a child or any other vulnerable person is to enable such institutions to make an informed determination of the suitability of the person before employing him or her in such institution. The proposal to impose an obligation on a person to report offenses is intended to ensure that incidents of homosexuality are reported and investigated. The proposal to penalize persons who make false or misleading allegations is to guard against persons who intentionally make malicious and misleading reports to police in light of the seriousness of the offenses. The repeal of sections 145A and C is to harmonize the bill with the provisions of the Penal Code Act and to ensure that only one offense of homosexuality exists on the law books.
Asman.
Chair, I concede, and this answers the concerns of folks that the bill has nothing new. I concede.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that a proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
15.
Clause 15, special powers of court. For clause 15, they substituted the following. Rehabilitation of homosexual. 1, court may, upon convicting a person for the offense of...
matter.
Madam Chairperson, in the earlier clauses, this Parliament has said aggravated homosexuality on conviction should suffer for death. The provision we have just passed says that a person convicted of that offense should not be in care of a child. Will that person who has been sentenced to death and maybe is buried already, are we talking about his body that should not be, because already we've made a provision in the same law that he should suffer death. Now you are saying he should not be in the custody of a child.
Asman?
Chair, I think we need to understand these sentences. What the law is talking about are maximum penalties. And it's just giving courts the latitude to exercise that discretion. When we say life imprisonment, the court may actually not give you life imprisonment. So I think we have to understand it from that context.
Thank you. 15.
Clause 15.
Clause 15, special powers of court. For clause 15, they substituted the following. Rehabilitation of homosexual. 1, court may, upon convicting a person for the offense of homosexuality, order the provision of social services for purposes of rehabilitating the convicted person. 2, the services referred to in subsection 1 may be provided by the prison services or by appropriation, social and welfare officer of the area where the convicted person is serving his or her sentence. Justification. To make provision for discretion, to make the provision discretionary in light of the limited resources. to designate who is to provide the rehabilitation services referred to in the section for clarity and better drafting.
Yes.
Madam Chair, my concern with this proposal, whereas it allows court to exercise discretion, in a way it creates an additional charge on the consolidated fund. Because now you are asking the prisons to take on the responsibility that may have previously not been theirs. Unless if it is known that the prison services or the probation and welfare officer has a budget for rehabilitation of people convicted of this offense.
Right now, Speaker, I'm seeking a favor from the Attorney General. He knows that the government, all finance, gave us certificate of financial implication. The moment you gave us that certificate, whatever will get stated in this law is pertinent and must be abided by. So don't bring anything dealing with money or any finances in this bill. So, Mr. Attorney General, are you aware of that?
Segona, you had something on the clause, and then Abudu.
Madam Chair, this time I have something to agree with the Honorable Seungu.
For the first time.
And number two, to bring to the attention of the learned Attorney General that by statute, prisons already are under obligation to offer rehabilitation services. And this one was envisaged in the certificate. The state is not entitled to assume that when we are passing this act, we are not going to change anything. So whatever we are changing or proposing to change here is within the certificate provided already.
Yes, Abudu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Under criminal law,
Dr. Peya.
Under criminal law, a prison sentence is both penal and reformatory. When we keep people in our custody as prisons, we are supposed to take them through rehabilitation. It is a part of the process of being in custody of the prisons. So you are not imposing an extra charge. It is actually their responsibility. And I think that Attorney General agrees with this. I don't know where his point of contestation is. There is no extra or imposition. You want to concede? And we close the debate?
Just a small addition on that. Thank you, Chair. I want to think that this is an issue of cognitive conflict. And these people, they need to be supported and helped in terms of distinguishing what is right and what is wrong. For me, I want to think that that work cannot be done by prison officers. It cannot be done by support staff in those prisons. And that calls for financial implications on this matter. It's a serious matter.
Hassan, by the way, in prisons, the people who do the correction is not really the prisoners. That's why you find priests going there, doctors going there, counselors going there. So it is not basically the prison officers.
And that's why I wanted to move an amendment on the second clause, that instead of talking about prison officers, we replace it with specialists.
It is prison services.
Information. Hassan, the information I want to give you is that it is said a lot of homosexuality takes place in prisons. That means the facilities and the people the chair alluded to may be non-existent. So it is very, very important a provision is made to take care of these people, because that's where many people learn these acts from. Then they come out. So
the commitment
what
for
is
resources.
your amendment?
My amendment is that there must be a very specific provision which takes care of what he is alluding to and proposing. I thank you.
Honorable Attorney General, yes? Is it amendment?
Madam Chair, I know the Attorney General is referring to Article 93 of the Constitution. But in this particular case, prisons already have that mandate.
He has considered.
Then he used the low tone I didn't hear.
So, Attorney General.
I've also considered.
Okay, I concede. Let's move.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without the intention of diverting the House, or it's just to give the House an insight. Honorable members, I think, and Madam Chair, you've made an observation, and as a report international has come out about adoption of children. From the special powers of court, because we are in miscellaneous legislation now, I would like to invite honorable members to make an observation that gay couples who are not in this country access this country for purposes of adopting children. Our laws are blind on this, and they talk about the issue of adoption based on sexuality and not based on orientation or on perception of marriage. Now, and I would like to invite this House to assess this fairly. Amongst the studies that are out, Madam Chair, as a matter of this, is that the children...
Mehdi,
yes.
Are you making an amendment on the Children's Act?
It's not about the Children's Act, and it's not in adoption, but it's in the miscellaneous powers that the miscellaneous legislation that we are doing in Part 4 and special powers of court. After that, I will tell you which amendment that I would like to give courts in this case.
Honorable members, we are voting now. Please don't go.
Honorable members.
We are going to vote now.
Honorable members, as you want
Can
to
we
vote, this is
finalize?
something, Madam Chair, that skipped the minds of even the people that were in the committee. At the end of the day, our law talks about an individual being of the same sex with a difference in age adopting a child. If I'm a man, I'm given the leverage to come here and take over a young boy. And for example...
So do you want to introduce it here?
Yes.
How?
How? And this is the miscellaneous powers I'm trying to grant court. Madam Speaker, let me first give my view. Maybe others may object to it.
Check the rule 134.
I think you might be skipping something that is the most important thing in promotion of the vice of homosexuality.
We shall amend the law.
Madam
We'll
Chair,
make an amendment.
I think the Attorney General might have something to say about it.
permit me clear his position. Anyone who intends to adopt a child, there must be a report of a probation officer. And the probation officer says you must have been with that child for a given period, meaning that the probation officer is supposed to do an investigation on that person. So the judicial officer presiding over that matter, if he is suspicious or is not satisfied with the morality of the individual intending to adopt, is at liberty not to grant it. I beg you proceed.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15 as amended.
I put a question that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16.
Clause 16, extradition. Delete clause 16, justification. The provision is redundant since extradition thrives on reciprocal arrangements of given states, and in the case of Uganda, the Extradition Act Cap 117 provides for extradition of persons accused of crimes committed within the jurisdiction of another state.
Asuman?
No objection, Chair.
AG?
No objection, Madam.
I put a question that clause 16 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Clause
Clause 1.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, interpretation. Clause 1 is amended A by deleting the definition of the word authority, B by deleting the definition of the word court, C by deleting the definition of the word felony, D by deleting the definition of the word misdemeanor, E by substituting for the definition of the word homosexual the following. Homosexual means a person who engages in an act of homosexuality. F by substituting the definition of the word homosexuality the following. Homosexuality means the performance of a sexual act by a person on another person of the same gender. G by substituting for the definition of the phrase sexual act the following. Sexual act means the stimulation or penetration, however slight, A, of a person's anus or mouth by a sexual organ of another person of the same gender. B, of a person's anus, sexual organ or mouth by a sex contraption by a person of the same gender. Or C, of a person's anus or sexual organ by any part of the body of a person of the same gender. H, in the definition of the term sexual organ by deleting the words or any artificial sexual contraption. I, by deleting the definition of the word touching. J, by substituting for the definition of the word victim the following. Victim of the offense means A, a child against whom the offense of aggravated homosexuality has been committed. B, a person suffering from mental illness or any other form of disability against whom the offense of aggravated homosexuality has been committed. Or C, any other person against whom the offense of homosexuality or aggravated homosexuality was committed. 1, by means of threats, force, fear of bodily harm, duress, undue influence, through misrepresentation as to the nature of the act or intimidation of any kind, or while unconscious, or in an altered state of consciousness due to the influence of medicine, drugs, alcohol, or any other substance that impaired his or her judgment. K, by inserting the following definition appropriately. Honorable Hanifa. By inserting the following definition appropriately. Advanced age means 75 years and above. Computer means an electronic, magnetic, optical, electrochemical, or other data processing device or a group of such interconnected or related devices performing logical, arithmetic, or storage functions, and includes any data storage facility or communications facility directly related to or operating in conjunction with such a device or group of such interconnected or related devices. Child care institution includes an orphanage, child's home, open shelter, an institution of learning, or any residential child care institution, whether licensed or unlicensed, established for the purposes of providing care and protection to children who need such services. Female person means a person born with a female sexual organ. Imprisonment for life means imprisonment for the natural life of a person with the possibility of being released. Information service system includes the provision of connections, operation facilities for information systems, the provision of access to information systems, the transmission or routing of data messages between or among points specified by a user, and the processing and storage of data at the individual request of the recipient of the service. Intersex means a person who is born with both male and female sexual organs or is born with ambiguous genitalia. Gender means the biological state of a person as either male or female, and in the case of an intersex person means the status adopted by the intersex person as being dominant, either naturally or through medical transition, but does not include sexual orientation. Male person means a person born with a male sexual organ. Organization means a legally constituted non-governmental organization registered under the Non-Government Organizations Act and includes a private voluntary grouping of individuals or associations established to provide voluntary services to the community or any part, but not for profit or commercial purposes. Sexual orientation means a person's identity in relation to the gender to which the person is sexually attracted to. Sex means gender. Sexual contraption means a device or objection used to stimulate a sexual organ or stimulate sexual intercourse between persons of the same gender. Person in authority means a person who is charged with the duty or responsibility for the health, welfare, or supervision of a person. Terminal illness means a disease without scientific cure. Vulnerable person means a person who is in need of special protection because of age, gender, illness, physical or mental disability, social or personal status, or other status, including a refugee, an internally displaced person, a stateless person, an asylum seeker, a victim of gender-based violence, an illiterate person or elderly person. Justification: to remove terms and words that are redundant since they are not used in the bill. The substitution of the definition of the word homosexuality is for clarity. The amendments proposed to the term sexual act is for clarity and to harmonize the definition with the offense of homosexuality as proposed in clause 2 of the bill. The deletion of the words or any artificial sexual contraption from the definition of a sexual organ is to prevent abuse of the provision by extending the definition of a sexual organ to include an artificial sexual contraption. The amendment of the term victim is to enhance identification of victims of the offense of homosexuality and to include a child, person suffering with mental illness, as well as other persons against whom a sexual act performs, who are forced to perform sexual acts that constitute an offense. To define the term life imprisonment. To clearly define words and phrases that are used in the bill which are ambiguous and capable of multiple understanding.
Chair, we read imprisonment for life.
Committees. It's due. 2 or 2 years. Yes, it is due now.
Imprisonment for life means imprisonment for the natural life of a person without the possibility of being released.
Okay, thank you. There was a mistake. Asman?
Chair, I concede because this makes a lot of clarification and makes Fox Odoi's, Honorable Fox Odoi's minority report stale and rigmarole. So I concede.
Honorable AG.
Madam Chair.
Yes, peace, gender. Wait. Gender.
Madam Chair, I still insist that we should remove the word gender. Because some children's gender is changed even at 3 years. I am a student of gender. I am a PhD fellow. And I know what gender means. So to be very firm and clear, let us remove the word gender because gender is socially constructed. You choose to become a woman, you call yourself a woman, no one has the right to call you a man. But we should replace the word gender with sex. And even when we are talking about sex, it should be born biologically. Yes. Not the ones who are manufactured in laboratories. So, Madam Speaker, this will nullify everything else if we do not define clearly what gender is about. To be safe, let us remove the word gender and replace it with sex. And where sex is, it should be born born man or born woman.
Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleague.
Madam Chair.
Speaker, I agree with my colleague. Madam Chair, I say I agree with my colleague. It is true that right now in Western worlds, people can actually change their sex the way they want, as long as they have the money. So we should actually remove the word gender and just put the word sex, a biological sex that we are born with. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I concede.
Madam Chair, where I want to bring the attention of the House is the construction of advanced age. She proposed that one to be considered of advanced age should be 75 years of age. Madam Chair, according to Article 92 of the Constitution, we are barred to alter decisions made by court. In the case of Kamujisha, it was held that a man to be considered of advanced age must be 50 years of age. And the import of the chair to bring 75 years of age is literally amending that decision of court, which was never appealed to. I submit.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I have a problem with some of the definitions that the committee is proposing. If you look at the interpretation clause as is in the bill, it defines a sexual organ, either to mean a vagina or a penis. If you look at C, but the Madam Chair, Madam Chair, the proposal by the committee, for example, defining a female person uses the word, it says, for example, means a person born with a female sexual organ. Yet we have already defined what a sexual organ means. And because you can't interpret by also calling another interpretation. You cannot say a female person means a person born with a female sexual organ, yet you have defined in the interpretation clause what a sexual organ means.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable.
The procedure matter I'm raising on, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Ibrahim Semunjunganda is a member of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. And he did not bring these matters in the committee when we were discussing. Are we proceeding well for him as a committee member now to start proposing amendments in the House?
Chair, do you have... Katu, Asuman?
Clarification, Chair, clarification. Chair, clarification.
Chair, I want to agree to remove the word gender here and replace it with the word sex in this definition, so that because there is a Kenyan authority, there is a Kenyan case on this issue, which is likely to cause us trouble if we remove the definition the way it is. So instead of the word gender, we use the word sex.
Then how do you define sex?
Chair, clarification.
No, we are instead of defining gender, we are using this definition as a definition for sex.
So we delete
So, Chair, it would be, we remove the word sex,
Yes.
gender, and use sex instead of gender.
Information.
Honorable members.
Procedure, right, Honorable.
Yes.
Clarification.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Right, Honorable Chair. I also want to agree that we abandon gender and use sex and define sex as male or female. Because here in the interpretation we have put sex means gender.
Yes.
That's wrong. We should say
Chair.
sex.
Yes.
Sex means male or female.
With amendment, Chair.
The amendment,
Chair.
amendment is.
Chair.
The
Chair.
amendment is taken. Dorcas.
Chair.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair,
Madam
clarification.
Chair.
The definition of sex from the chairperson of the committee is saying that sex means gender.
No, it has been corrected.
Then I
It has
agree.
been
Chair,
corrected.
Chair.
Chair, clarification,
Yes.
Chair.
Gender.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Chair, I'm looking at the definition of homosexuality.
First sex.
Right Honorable Chair, I know that these people who are homosexual or believe in homosexuality are classifying themselves by letters LGBTQIA. Can I know whether all that is in this definition of homosexuality, or we should tell who are lesbians, who are queer, who are homosexual, who are everything in this definition?
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Chair committee.
Madam Chair, please.
Can I have chair committee?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, in our opinion, these definitions are not going to continue. They are going to continue changing. So we are safer using homosexuality to cover all that, because tomorrow there will be something else added on, and so it covers. Chair.
Lucy. Lucy.
I'm coming back on the definition of sex.
Honorable members, can I have some order?
Chair, I'm coming back on the definition of sex. Honorable Baremusi said male and female, but I want to add biological male, biological female, because these days there are creations of male and female. Let's qualify it to be biological.
It is already there. It's already provided
Yeah,
for.
Chair, I think the issue of biological is already captured in
It
the
is already
definition of
captured
sex.
in the bill. Honorable members, can you move with the amendments? Asuman, can you move with the amendment?
Chair.
Give us the amendment.
Chair, I beg to amend clause 1 where there is gender, we replace it with sex. So, and we delete down where it says sex means gender. And then throughout the bill, where gender appears, we replace it with sex consequentially. I beg
Thank
to
you.
move.
I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by Honorable Suman Basali. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Let's have it.
The schedule.
I put a question that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Motion.
Right on, Speaker.
Just a minute. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have come to the end of this, almost for the second reading. However, Madam Speaker, what is uploaded on the iPads and what the chair has been reading are different. I want to request that they upload the report that the chairperson has been reading to complete the report. No, they are different. I have been following them and the chair knows.
Honorable members, what Honorable Open Sarah is saying is not true. The report we have is what the chairperson has read. Unless because she has stayed here for long, maybe she's tired.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Asuman.
Chair and honorable members, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Honorable members, I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Nambo say you've just come and you're here making noise. No, no, no. The ayes have it. Honorable members. Okay.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Basalirwa.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members.
Honorable members, please listen.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 and passed the clauses and amendments thereto. I beg to report.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Basalirwa.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Recommittal.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to move that recommit clause 2 and clause 3 of the bill. I move that we recommit clause 2 and clause 3, 2.4 and 3.4 of the bill, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is the recommittal seconded? Can you speak to your recommittal?
2.4 and 3.4. Right Honourable Speaker, clause 2.4 reads about the offense of homosexuality. In clause 4, the committee has proposed that notwithstanding subsection 2, a person charged with an offense under this section may, in mitigation of the sentence, submit evidence from a medical practitioner appointed by the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, proving that the accused person was at the time of the commission of the offense suffering genetic abnormalities which might have contributed the acts that constitute the offense of homosexuality. The same is repeated in clause 3 on aggravated homosexuality 3.4. Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, what this means is that the Parliament of Uganda is conceding that there are people who are born homosexual. But it's not true. There are studies which have been carried out, and doctors have reviewed the science. There is no evidence to show that there is genetic predisposition to homosexuality. The question which has been raised, whether homosexuality as a result of nature or nurture, it is settled by doctors. And I speak with the appreciable authority on this. So I think the doctor who appeared before the committee misled the committee, and because the body of evidence shows that homosexual behavior is a deviant behavior. It's a behavior which is learned and can be unlearned. So it is not true, because studies have been done on the brains of homosexual cadavers and heterosexual cadavers. Studies have been done on twins. Studies have been done on hormones. Studies have been done on chromosomes. And there is no evidence at all to show that the genetic or biological factors explain homosexuality.
Thank you.
So I beg that the House agrees that we delete those 2.4 and 3.4.
Honorable members, I put a question that the House recommits clauses 2.4 and 3.4. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bills Committee stage. Clause 2.
Clause 2. Amendment. Move.
Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I move that clause 2.4 be deleted.
I put a question that clause 2.4 be deleted as proposed by Dr. Bariomu. See those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Right Honorable Chair, I move that clause 3.4 be deleted.
I put a question that clause 3.4 be deleted as proposed by Dr. Bariomu. See those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, consequentially, if we delete 3.4, even 3.5 collapses, because 3.5 is dependent on sub-clause 4. So I also move that 3.5 be deleted as well. I have said that as a consequence of deleting clause 3, sub-clause 4, then clause 3, sub-clause 5 also collapses as a consequential amendment. Should also be deleted. So I propose that that be deleted because it depends on 4.
It is consequential. If it is consequential.
Yes, Right Honorable Chair, yes, that's a consequential amendment.
It's
I
a
agree.
consequential amendment.
So I move that clause 3.5 be deleted.
I put a question that clause 3.5 be deleted since it is a consequential amendment. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Procedure,
Dr. Chris, can you move a motion?
Madam Speaker, procedure.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, you recall in clause 2, we removed the word sex and put gender. Listen, give me time. Madam Chair, during, you are looking at interpretation. We stood over interpretation clause. We went to clause 2. And you recall under clause 2, the bill was having sex. And the committee came and said, we remove sex and put gender. We're going to take it in interpretation.
Yes. That was settled consequentially. It was settled. Honorable.
Chair. Maybe briefly on the amendment being proposed by the Honorable Jonathan Abdul. Chair, that amendment has potential constitutional ramifications. I want to enjoin the House to maintain it. The one that as proposed by the Honorable Jonathan Odor, because you don't talk about a consequential amendment when you are talking about attempting, because that's the import of that. Because when you remove it, it is definitely going to have constitutional ramifications, especially on the principle of legality. So I want to invite the August House that proposal is not a consequential amendment. It should be maintained.
But you see, it says for purpose of this subsection 4, the 4 that we have already deleted, unless if you're removing 4. And just, you start, a person shall be deemed.
No, Chair, we can remove the reference to 4.
Remove the reference to 4.
Yes.
And you say a person shall be deemed to attempt to commit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move the amendment. You move the amendment. We hadn't resumed. Move the amendment.
Chair,